Hey guys, tonight we venture into the grim darkness of the 31st millennium with the Horus Heresy. The tragic tale of Horus Lupercal, the Warmaster who fell to chaos and shattered the Imperium. From the Great Crusade's triumph to the Siege of Terra, their story is one of brotherhood, betrayal, and the ultimate price of ambition. So before we dive into the warp, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're interested in God of War lore, do visit my channel, Spartan Slumber. I've added the link in the description below. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world as we explore the galaxy's darkest secrets. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Get into your blanket, and let's ease into tonight's journey through the stars together. Picture this. The greatest hero in human history stands before the golden gates of Terra, his bolter raised not in defense of humanity, but aimed at its very heart. Behind him march 18 legions of angels turned devils, their armor blackened with the blood of brothers. Above, the sky burns with unnatural fire, as daemons pour through tears in reality itself. This is not some distant nightmare. This is not ancient history. This moment, this betrayal, this single act of rebellion would doom humanity to 10,000 years of darkness. His name was Horus Lupercal. Once he was the Emperor's most beloved son, the chosen heir to the greatest empire the galaxy had ever known. Once a billion worlds looked to him as their savior. Once he stood as the bridge between mortal men and their immortal God-King, the perfect synthesis of human ambition and divine will. But in the 31st millennium, perfection itself would prove to be humanity's greatest weakness. The Horus Heresy began not with the crack of bolter fire or the roar of chainswords, but with a whisper, a single doubt planted in the mind of the one man the Emperor trusted above all others. That whisper would grow into a scream that shattered the galaxy, turned brother against brother, and transformed the golden age of human expansion into an eternal nightmare of war. When the Great Crusade launched from Terra 2 centuries earlier, it carried with it the dreams of every human soul scattered across the stars. After millennia of isolation, war, and darkness, humanity would finally reclaim its birthright. Led by 18 genetically perfected demigods, the Primarchs and their Space Marine legions, the Imperium would unite every world, every system, every sector under one banner. The Emperor of mankind himself had emerged from the shadows to guide this great work, wielding powers that bordered on the divine. The galaxy trembled before their advance. Xenos empires that had ruled for eons crumbled in decades. Human civilizations that had forgotten Terra itself knelt before the Aquila. World after world fell into compliance. Their populations lifted from ignorance and superstition into the light of imperial truth. It was to be the final triumph of reason over chaos, of unity over division, of light over darkness. But the architects of this golden age had forgotten a fundamental truth about power. The higher you climb, the farther you can fall. In the depths of the warp, 4 ancient intelligences watched the Imperium's expansion with growing hunger. The Chaos Gods had been patient, feeding on the emotions of countless species across millions of years. But never before had they seen such an opportunity. Here was an empire built on the shoulders of just 20 beings, each one powerful beyond mortal comprehension. corrupt one, and you could corrupt millions, corrupt half of them, and you could bring down the greatest civilization the galaxy had ever known. They chose their target carefully, not the most righteous, for righteousness is hard to crack, not the most ambitious, for ambition reveals its own weaknesses too clearly. They chose the most beloved. They chose the one whose fall would hurt the most. But this story of corruption, of a son's betrayal of his father, begins long before that first whisper found its mark. It begins in the golden halls of Terra, where the Emperor walked among his creations and saw that they were good. It begins in the laboratories where 20 godlings were crafted from gene seed and divine will. It begins in the moment when the Chaos Gods struck their first blow, scattering those 20 infants across the galaxy like seeds of fate. Each Primarch would be shaped by the world that found them. Guilliman by Macridge's discipline, Russ by Fenris's savagery, Sanguinius by Balal's nobility, and Horus by Chthonia's ruthless pragmatism. They would grow to become conquerors, philosophers, warriors, and leaders. But they would also grow to become men, with all the flaws and strengths that humanity carries in its heart. The Emperor found them one by one, these lost sons of his creation. Each discovery was a celebration, each reunion a step closer to the dream of unity. When Horus Lupercal was discovered on the mining world of Chthoniya, he was already a king among gangers, a leader who inspired absolute loyalty in his followers. The Emperor looked upon this son and saw not just a general, but an heir, not just a warrior, but a successor. The Lunar Wolves Legion that Horus inherited was among the most successful of all the Space Marine forces. They conquered with a combination of overwhelming force and diplomatic cunning that made them the tip of the Great Crusade's spear. World after world fell to their advance, not just through war, but through the charismatic leadership of their Primarch. Horus had a gift for making others want to follow him, a magnetism that drew both his brothers and his sons into his orbit. As the Great Crusade expanded across the galaxy, it became clear that one among the Primarchs stood above the others, while Fulgrim pursued perfection and Angron reveled in slaughter, while Mortarion endured and Perturbal built, Horus led. He was the diplomat who could negotiate with alien races before destroying them. He was the strategist who could coordinate campaigns across multiple sectors. He was the brother who could mediate disputes between his siblings and the son who could speak for the Emperor when the master of mankind was absent. The other Primarchs recognized it. The Space Marine legions acknowledged it. The Imperial army commanders requested him specifically for the most crucial campaign. Even the Emperor, immortal and all-knowing, relied increasingly on Horus to serve as his voice and his hand among the scattered forces of the Crusade. But there was something else growing in the shadows of this golden age, something that would prove more dangerous than any Xenos empire or human tyrant. The warrior lodges began as simple brotherhood societies within the Space Marine legions, places where battle brothers could meet as equals regardless of rank. They spread from legion to legion, sharing traditions and building bonds that transcended the formal military hierarchy. On the surface, they seemed harmless. Veterans sharing war stories, brothers building trust across company lines, leaders learning to see beyond their own units to the broader brotherhood of the Astartes. The lodges would prove to be the perfect vector for corruption, a network that could carry whispers and doubts across entire legions without detection, but that corruption had not yet begun to take hold. In the early years of the Crusade, they were simply what they appeared to be gatherings of warriors who had found brotherhood in blood and battle. The first sign that something might be wrong came not from within the legions, but from the very success of the crusade itself. As more worlds fell into compliance, as more systems were brought into the imperial fold, the emperor began to withdraw from active leadership of the campaigns. The master of mankind spoke of other duties, greater works that required his attention. He established the Council of Terra to manage the Imperium's civilian affairs, and began to delegate more and more military authority to his primarch sons. To most, this seemed like the natural evolution of a successful campaign. The emperor had larger concerns than individual battles or even entire sectors. He was building something greater than just another empire. But to Horus, who had grown accustomed to his father's presence and guidance, the emperor's withdrawal felt like abandonment. The whispers hadn't begun yet, but the ground was being prepared for them to take root. The moment that would change everything came at Ullanor, where the largest orc empire in the galaxy had gathered under the leadership of a massive war boss. This was to be the Crusade's greatest triumph, a victory so complete it would echo across the stars and demonstrate humanity's dominance over all lesser races. Multiple Space Marine legions converged on the Ullanor system, bringing with them the full might of the Imperial war machine. The campaign was brutal, as all wars against the orcs are brutal, but it was also brilliant, showcasing the tactical genius that made Horus the first among his brothers. While other primarchs smashed through orc positions with overwhelming force, Horus orchestrated a symphony of destruction that used each legion's strengths to maximum effect. The Lunar Wolves struck at the heart of the orc leadership. The Imperial fists fortified key positions. The White Scars harried the enemy flanks. The Blood Angels descended like angels of death upon enemy strongholds. When the great war boss finally fell, it was to Horus's own blade, a symbolic moment that crystallized everything the Crusade represented. Here was humanity's greatest warrior cutting down the galaxy's greatest threat, bringing order to chaos and civilization to barbarism. But the true significance of Ullanor would not be revealed until the victory celebration that followed. The emperor himself arrived to commemorate the triumph, bringing with him honors and recognition for all who had participated. But the greatest honor was reserved for one alone. In front of assembled Space Marines, Imperial Army commanders, and representatives from across the galaxy, the Emperor elevated Horus above all his brothers, not just as a general, but as Warmaster, supreme commander of all Imperial forces. The ceremony was magnificent, a spectacle designed to demonstrate the unity between father and son, between the divine emperor and his chosen heir. As the golden laurel crown was placed upon Horus's brow, as the assembled legions knelt in recognition of his authority, as his brother primarchs offered their fealty and support, it seemed as though nothing could threaten the Imperium's continued expansion. Here was the perfect synthesis of leadership and loyalty, of ambition tempered by duty and power, exercised with wisdom. But even as the crowds cheered and the celebrations continued, a small group of observers watched from the shadows with growing excitement. They had found their target, they had identified their weapon, and they had seen the pride that would be Horus Lupercal's weakness. The corruption had not yet begun. The first whisper had not yet been spoken. The great betrayal still lay years in the future. But at Ullanor, watching the most beloved son of the Emperor accept his crown, the forces of chaos saw their opportunity and began to plan humanity's downfall. The Golden Age of the Great Crusade represented the highest point of human achievement in galactic history, a pinnacle of unity and purpose that would never be reached again. In the early decades of the 31st millennium, before whispers of betrayal had begun to poison the minds of demigods, the Imperium of man stood as a colossus bestriding the stars. Its armies were invincible, its technology was supreme, and its vision of human destiny seemed destined for fulfillment. To understand the magnitude of what would be lost in the heresy, one must first comprehend the sheer scope of what the Emperor and his sons had built. The Great Crusade was not merely a military campaign, but a complete restructuring of human civilization on a galactic scale. Every aspect of this grand design reflected the Emperor's vision of humanity's ultimate potential, from the philosophical foundations of imperial truth to the practical realities of planetary governance. The Imperium's military might during this era defied comprehension by later standards. 18 Space Marine legions, each numbering between 100,000 and 250,000 warriors, served as the primary instrument of conquest and compliance. These were not mere soldiers, but genetically enhanced post-human warriors, each one worth 100 normal men in battle. Their gene seed had been crafted from the Emperor's own genetic template, filtered through the unique physiologies of their Primarch fathers. The result was 18 distinct breeds of warrior, each optimized for different aspects of warfare, yet united in their fundamental purpose. The Lunar Wolves, soon to be renamed the Sons of Horus in honor of their Primarch's elevation to Warmaster, exemplified the balanced excellence that made the Space Marines so formidable. Neither specialists in siege warfare like the Imperial Fists, nor berserkers like the World Eaters, they combined tactical flexibility with aggressive leadership in a way that made them the natural spearhead of the crusade. Under Horus's guidance, they had developed a reputation for achieving rapid compliance through a combination of overwhelming first strikes and skillful diplomacy with surviving leadership elements. Supporting the Space Marines were the vast formations of the Imperial Army, numbered in the billions and drawn from across the galaxy. Unlike the standardized equipment and training of later ages, the army of the Great Crusade era incorporated a stunning diversity of military traditions and technologies. Solar Auxilia regiments maintained the highest standards of the Terran homeworld, equipped with void-hardened armor and lass weapons that would be considered relics in the 41st millennium. Feral World regiments brought savage courage and primitive cunning to complement more sophisticated forces. Tech Guard formations from Mars and other Forge worlds provided the heavy armor and advanced weaponry that could crack even the most formidable alien strongholds. The naval component of the Crusade fleets represented an even more overwhelming display of Imperial might. Gloriana-class battleships, each one a marvel of Dark Age technology recovered and improved upon, served as flagships for the Primarchs themselves. These vessels were more than warships. They were mobile bases, fortresses, and symbols of imperial power rolled into massive cathedral-like structures that could devastate entire star systems. Smaller but no less impressive were the countless cruisers, destroyers, and frigates that formed the backbone of the fleet. Their designs optimized for the particular requirements of interstellar warfare and planetary conquest. Perhaps most crucially, the alliance with Mars had provided the Imperium with a technological base that seemed limitless in its potential. The Mechanicum's Titan legions walked alongside the Space Marines, god machines whose very footsteps could level cities and whose weapons could crack continents. The Forge Worlds labored tirelessly to supply the Crusade with everything from bolter rounds to battleship hulls, their production capabilities enhanced by standard template construct systems that could fabricate virtually any necessary component. The process of imperial compliance during this era reflected a sophistication and pragmatism that would be abandoned in later ages. When a human world was encountered, the first approach was always diplomatic. Imperial representatives, often led by Space Marine officers or even Primarchs themselves, would present the world's leaders with the choice of peaceful integration into the Imperium. The benefits offered were substantial protection from Xenos threats, access to advanced technology, integration into a galactic economy that could provide resources beyond any single world's imagination. Many worlds accepted compliance willingly, recognizing the obvious advantages of joining the greatest human civilization in history. Their existing governmental structures were often left largely intact, with imperial administrators providing oversight and guidance rather than replacement. Local military forces were frequently incorporated into the imperial army, their knowledge of local conditions and warrior traditions adding to the Crusade's growing strength. Cultural practices were generally tolerated, provided they did not conflict with the core tenets of imperial truth or impede the world's contribution to the greater good. For worlds that chose resistance, the response was swift and overwhelming, but not needlessly destructive. The Emperor had mandated that human populations were to be preserved whenever possible, as each world's citizens represented potential recruits for the Imperial army, workers for the expanding economy, and ultimately the genetic stock from which future generations of humanity would spring. Even stubborn resistance was met with precisely calibrated force, designed to break military opposition while minimizing civilian casualties. The philosophical foundation underlying all of this activity was the imperial truth, a rational worldview that rejected superstition, religion, and supernatural belief in favor of scientific understanding and human achievement. The Emperor himself led by example, presenting himself not as a god to be worshipped, but as the ultimate expression of human potential, a man who had achieved mastery over his own evolution and now worked to elevate the entire species to similar heights. This rationalist approach extended to the treatment of psychers, individuals whose genetic mutations allowed them to tap into the power of the warp, rather than the fear and persecution that had characterized earlier ages. The Imperium of the Great Crusade era sought to understand and harness psychic abilities for the greater good. The Scholastica Psychana was established to train human psychers in the safe use of their abilities, while the Space Marine Librarius programs allowed psychically gifted Astartes to serve as both scholars and warriors, combining superhuman physical capabilities with formidable mental powers. The Emperor's own approach to his sons reflected the same rational optimism that characterized the Crusade as a whole. Each Primarch was encouraged to develop his own methods and philosophy, provided they served the greater goal of human unity. Robert Guilliman's administrative genius was celebrated just as much as Lemon Russ's savage effectiveness or Sanguinius's inspirational leadership. The diversity of approaches was seen as a strength, allowing the Imperium to adapt to any challenge or circumstance. Behind the scenes, however, subtle tensions were already beginning to manifest. The competition between legions for glory and recognition, though generally healthy, occasionally spilled over into more serious rivalries. The World Eater's tendency toward excessive brutality drew criticism from more disciplined legions, while the Thousand Sons' extensive use of psychic powers made some of their brothers uncomfortable. These were minor issues in the context of the Crusade's overwhelming success, but they represented fault lines that could potentially widen under the right stresses. More troubling were the philosophical differences that had begun to emerge regarding the ultimate purpose of the Crusade itself. While all the Primarchs shared their father's vision of human unity, they differed significantly in their understanding of what that unity should look like. Horus and his supporters favored a more militaristic approach, seeing strength and decisive leadership as the keys to maintaining imperial cohesion. Others, led by Guilliman, emphasized administrative efficiency and the development of self-sustaining governmental systems that could function without constant military oversight. The warrior lodges that had spread throughout many of the legions represented another area of potential concern, though at this stage they appeared entirely benign. These informal brotherhoods provided space marines with opportunities to interact across the rigid hierarchies of legion structure, sharing experiences and building bonds that transcended individual companies or chapters. Veterans could mentor newer recruits without the formality of official training programs, while officers could gain insights into the concerns and perspectives of their subordinates. The lodges also served as forums for discussing broader philosophical questions about the Crusade's purpose and methods. In the wake of particularly brutal campaigns or controversial compliance actions, lodge meetings provided a venue for working through the moral complexities of their mission. These discussions, conducted away from the formal command structure, allowed Space Marines to process their experiences and maintain their psychological health in the face of constant warfare and moral ambiguity. What made the lodges particularly effective as social institutions was their egalitarian nature. Within lodge meetings, all members were considered equal, regardless of rank or position within the formal legion hierarchy. A captain might find himself debating tactics with a sergeant, or a chaplain might share philosophical insights with line marines who would never normally have access to such discussions. This horizontal communication network helped maintain unit cohesion and shared purpose across the vast scales of the Great Crusade. Yet even these positive developments contained the seeds of future problems. The very effectiveness of the lodges as communication networks made them potential vectors for spreading ideas that might not align with official imperial doctrine. Their egalitarian structure, while beneficial for morale and unit cohesion, could also undermine traditional chains of command if members began to prioritize lodge loyalty over legion authority. The informal nature of lodge activities made them difficult to monitor or control, creating spaces where dissent could potentially develop without detection. The Emperor's increasing withdrawal from direct involvement in Crusade operations represented perhaps the most significant change in the Imperium's fundamental dynamics. The Master of Mankind had begun delegating more and more authority to his sons, trusting them to carry forward his vision while he focused on what he described as more fundamental concerns. This delegation of responsibility was presented as a natural evolution, the sign of a successful organization that had grown beyond the need for micromanagement by its founder. To most observers, the Emperor's withdrawal seemed entirely logical. The Crusade had achieved a level of momentum that made direct imperial oversight unnecessary for routine operations. The Primarchs had proven their competence as independent commanders, and the Space Marine legions had developed sufficient institutional knowledge to handle most challenges they were likely to encounter. The Emperor's time was better spent on strategic planning, technological development, and the mysterious projects he had begun pursuing from his laboratories beneath the Imperial Palace. But for those closest to the Emperor, particularly Horus, this withdrawal carried emotional implications that went far beyond practical considerations of command efficiency. The Primarchs had been created not merely as generals, but as sons, genetically crafted to serve as the Emperor's heirs and companions in the great work of human expansion. Their relationships with their father were intensely personal, built on shared experiences of discovery, conquest, and the gradual revelation of their true nature and purpose. Horus, as the first son to be found, and the one who had spent the most time at the Emperor's side, felt this withdrawal most acutely. He had grown accustomed to regular consultation on major decisions, to the sense of shared purpose and mutual respect that characterized his relationship with the Master of mankind. The Emperor's increasing absence from day-to-day operations left Horus feeling isolated and uncertain about his role in the larger scheme of Imperial development. This emotional vulnerability would prove crucial to the events that followed, though at this stage it manifested only as a vague sense of unease and occasional moments of doubt about the Crusade's direction. Horus remained absolutely loyal to his father and committed to the success of the Imperial mission, but the foundations of his psychological security had been subtly weakened, creating the conditions under which more serious corruption could potentially take root. The irony was that the very success of the Great Crusade had created the circumstances that would lead to its downfall. The Imperium had grown so large and successful that it required delegation of authority to function effectively. The Primarchs had proven so competent as independent commanders that they no longer needed constant supervision. The Space Marine legions had developed such strong institutional cultures that they could operate across vast distances without losing cohesion or purpose. All of these developments represented positive adaptations to the challenges of governing a galaxy-spanning civilization. But they also created opportunities for corruption and manipulation that had not existed when the Emperor maintained direct oversight of all major operations. The very autonomy that made the legions so effective also made them potentially vulnerable to influences that might not align with the Emperor's vision. As the Great Crusade approached its zenith, with Alana representing the pinnacle of Imperial military achievement, the stage was being set for the greatest tragedy in human history. The tools were in place. 18 autonomous armies led by genetically enhanced demigods, communication networks that operated outside official oversight, and emotional tensions that could potentially be exploited by sufficiently subtle manipulation. The opportunity was emerging, growing distances between the Emperor and his sons, increasing delegation of authority, and the natural evolution of military organizations operating at the extremes of human capability. All that remained was for the right catalyst to appear, the precise combination of circumstances and pressures that could transform healthy organizational dynamics into vectors for corruption and betrayal. The Chaos Gods had been patient, studying their targets and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the celebrations of Alana began to fade and the Crusade prepared for its next phase of expansion, that moment was rapidly approaching. The transformation of Horus Lupercal from beloved son to Warmaster marked not just a promotion in rank, but a fundamental shift in the balance of power within the Imperium. When the Emperor's golden laurel touched his brow at Ulana, Horus inherited more than supreme military command. He received the burden of decisions that had previously rested solely on immortal shoulders, choices that would shape the destiny of countless worlds and billions of human souls. The weight of this responsibility became apparent almost immediately. Where once Horus had commanded a single legion, however mighty, he now bore authority over 18 primarchs, each one a demigod in his own right, each possessed of his own vision for how the crusade should proceed. The delicate balance of personalities that the Emperor had maintained through direct intervention now fell to Horus, a task that would have challenged even his superhuman capabilities under the best of circumstances. Magnus the Red proved particularly difficult to manage in the wake of his elevation. The Crimson King's pursuit of psychic knowledge had always pushed the boundaries of what the Emperor deemed acceptable, but his research had grown increasingly esoteric and dangerous. Reports reached Horus of Thousand Suns sorcerers delving into forbidden texts recovered from compliant worlds, of rituals conducted in the depths of their ships that left even hardened space marines uneasy. When confronted about these activities, Magnus would dismiss concerns with intellectual arrogance that bordered on contempt, insisting that lesser minds could not comprehend the necessity of his work. The relationship between Horus and his brother primarchs had always been complex, built on a foundation of mutual respect, tempered by natural competition. Each of the Emperor's sons possessed qualities that made them formidable leaders in their own domains, but they also carried the pride and ambition that such exceptional beings inevitably develop. Fulgrim's pursuit of perfection had evolved into an obsession that sometimes interfered with practical military objectives. Angron's rage, barely contained even in the best of times, had begun to affect the World Eater's effectiveness as they descended deeper into berserker fury with each campaign. Perturbo represented perhaps the most frustrating challenge for the new Warmaster. The Iron Warrior's Primarch possessed one of the finest tactical minds among all the Emperor's sons, capable of reducing the most formidable fortifications to rubble through calculated application of firepower and engineering expertise. Yet his bitter resentment over what he perceived as thankless assignments had begun to poison his relationship with his brothers and subordinates alike. Where other primarchs found glory in conquest, Perturbo saw only endless repetition of siege warfare that consumed his legion's strength without recognition or reward. Managing these personalities required diplomatic skills that Horus had developed through decades of interaction with alien cultures and recalcitrant human populations. Each brother required a different approach, a careful balance of respect for their autonomy and gentle guidance toward common objectives. With Guilliman, detailed strategic discussions about resource allocation and supply lines proved most effective. With Russ, appeals to personal honor and the warrior traditions of Fenris carried greater weight than abstract strategic arguments. The administrative burden of coordinating galactic conquest proved even more challenging than managing his brother's temperaments. Reports flooded in from thousands of active fronts, each requiring analysis and response. Resource allocation decisions that had once been handled by the Emperor's inner circle now required Horus's personal attention, as competing demands for reinforcements, supplies, and strategic priorities threatened to overwhelm even the Imperium's vast logistical capabilities. The 203rd Expeditionary Fleet, exemplified the type of complex operational challenges that now consumed Horus's attention. Operating in the Segmentum Pacificus, they had encountered a human civilization that had achieved remarkable technological advancement during the Age of Strife, including functional standard template construct systems that could revolutionize Imperial production capabilities. However, their society was built around the worship of artificial intelligences that they revered as machine gods, a clear violation of Imperial truth that demanded correction. Previous compliance actions had established protocols for such situations, but the specific circumstances of each case required careful consideration. The technology was too valuable to lose through excessive force, yet the population's devotion to their artificial deities ran so deep that peaceful conversion seemed unlikely. Horus found himself weighing options that his father had once decided with apparent ease, balancing the competing demands of military necessity, technological acquisition, and ideological purity. Similar dilemmas arose across the expanding frontier of human space. The 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, under Horus's direct command, faced their own set of challenges as they pushed deeper into regions where human civilizations had developed in complete isolation from Terra. Some worlds welcomed reunification with enthusiasm, recognizing the benefits of joining a galaxy-spanning empire. Others resisted with a ferocity born of millennia-old independence, forcing compliance actions that left even veteran space marines questioning the necessity of such bloodshed. The emotional toll of these decisions began to manifest in subtle changes to Horus's demeanor and decision-making processes. Veterans who had served with him since the early days of the Lunar Wolves noted a growing tendency toward introspection, moments of hesitation that had never characterized his leadership style. The easy confidence that had made him so effective as a field commander gave way to a more cautious approach that took into account the broader implications of each tactical choice. These changes did not go unnoticed by those closest to the Warmaster. Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the Sons of Horus and one of Horus's most trusted advisors, began to voice concerns about the increasing pressure his Primarch faced. The burden of command was affecting not just Horus's tactical effectiveness, but his fundamental relationship with his legion and his role as their spiritual father. Where once he had led from the front with infectious enthusiasm, he now spent increasing amounts of time in strategic planning sessions and administrative reviews that kept him distant from the warriors who looked to him for inspiration. The warrior lodges within the Sons of Horus began to reflect these broader tensions as discussions shifted from tactical analysis to more fundamental questions about the Crusade's direction and purpose. Veterans who had fought alongside Horus since the earliest campaigns shared their observations about his changing demeanor, while newer recruits struggled to reconcile the legendary figure they had expected to serve with the increasingly burdened leader they actually encountered. Erebus of the Word Bearers had begun attending these lodge meetings with increasing frequency, ostensibly as part of the normal exchange of personnel and ideas between different expeditionary fleets. His presence was welcomed by most lodge members, as he brought perspectives from campaigns in different sectors and philosophical insights drawn from his role as a chaplain within his own legion. His contributions to discussions were thoughtful and well-reasoned, demonstrating a deep understanding of the challenges facing the Crusade and genuine concern for the welfare of Space Marines serving under increasingly difficult conditions. What Lodge members could not perceive was the subtle way Erebus guided these discussions toward particular conclusions. When veterans expressed frustration with contradictory orders from Terra, he would acknowledge their concerns while gently suggesting that such problems were inevitable when Central Command was too distant from operational realities. When younger Marines questioned the necessity of particularly brutal compliance actions, he would validate their moral concerns while noting that such dilemmas were the natural result of trying to impose universal standards on diverse civilizations. The word bearer's manipulation was masterful in its restraint. Rather than promoting outright rebellion or heretical ideas, he simply encouraged existing doubts and frustrations to develop along particular lines. Lodge members left these discussions feeling that their concerns had been heard and validated, unaware that their thinking had been subtly shaped by an agenda they could not perceive. The first concrete manifestation of this growing discontent came during the Davin campaign, though its significance would not become apparent until much later. The world of Davin had achieved compliance decades earlier under the joint efforts of the Lunar Wolves and Word Bearers, its population apparently embracing imperial truth and integration into the expanding empire. Reports from the planetary governor indicated successful development of industrial infrastructure and military recruitment programs that exceeded projected targets. When rebellion erupted on Davin, it came as a complete shock to Imperial strategists. The uprising appeared to be led by the very officials who had overseen the world's successful integration, supported by military units that had been trained and equipped according to Imperial standards. Intelligence reports suggested that the rebels had somehow acquired advanced weaponry and tactical knowledge that should have been impossible for a recently compliant world to obtain. Horus's decision to respond personally to the Davin crisis reflected both his sense of responsibility as Warmaster and his personal connection to the world's original compliance. The 63rd Expeditionary Fleet had played a crucial role in bringing Davin into the Imperial fold, and the success of that campaign had been one of the early demonstrations of Horus's effectiveness as a leader who could achieve compliance through diplomacy as well as force. The apparent failure of that achievement struck at the heart of his confidence in his own judgment and methods. The deployment to Davin also provided an opportunity for Horus to distance himself from the administrative burdens that had been consuming increasing amounts of his time and attention. Field command offered the clarity and immediacy that strategic oversight often lacked, a return to the type of leadership that had made him legendary among the Space Marines who served under his command. As the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet entered the Davin system, initial intelligence reports confirmed the worst fears about the rebellion's scope and sophistication. The planetary defense forces had been completely subverted, their equipment upgraded with weapon systems that appeared to incorporate technology beyond standard Imperial specifications. Orbital installations that should have welcomed the returning fleet instead prepared for battle, their communication protocols indicating complete rejection of Imperial authority. The magnitude of the betrayal was staggering. Davin had been considered a model of successful compliance, its integration into the Imperium held up as an example of how human worlds could be brought into the fold without excessive destruction or ongoing resistance. If such a world could turn against the Emperor's vision so completely, what did that suggest about the stability of other compliant worlds across the galaxy? More troubling were the reports filtering in from reconnaissance teams about the nature of the rebellion itself. This was not a simple rejection of imperial authority or a reversion to previous governmental systems. The rebels appeared to be motivated by religious fervor, centered around beliefs that incorporated elements of pre-compliance Davin culture with new spiritual practices that bore uncomfortable similarities to the superstitions that imperial truth was designed to eliminate. Captured communications referenced entities and powers that existed beyond the material realm, beings that had apparently promised the rebels strength and knowledge in exchange for their devotion. Such language echoed the primitive god cults that the Crusade had encountered on countless worlds, but there was something different about the specific terminology and practices being described. These were not the crude superstitions of technologically primitive societies, but sophisticated theological concepts that suggested exposure to influences beyond anything that should have existed on a compliant imperial world. The intelligence reports troubled Horus more than the tactical challenges they represented. Throughout his career, he had prided himself on his ability to understand and predict human behavior, to identify the underlying motivations that drove individuals and societies toward particular choices. The Davin Rebellion defied such analysis, presenting patterns of thought and behavior that seemed to have emerged from nowhere without apparent cause or logical progression. As the fleet prepared for orbital assault operations, Horus found himself questioning not just the specific situation on Davin, but the broader assumptions underlying the Crusade's approach to compliance and integration. If human populations could undergo such fundamental changes in belief and loyalty, despite apparent successful integration, what did that suggest about the long-term stability of the Imperium itself? How could any world be considered truly secure if the example of Davin represented a pattern that might emerge elsewhere? These doubts were exactly what certain observers had been waiting to exploit. The corruption that would ultimately transform Horus from loyal son to arch-traitor required more than simple temptation or offers of power. It demanded a fundamental crack in his psychological foundation, a moment of genuine uncertainty about the rightness of his cause and the wisdom of his father's vision. The Davin Rebellion provided exactly such a moment, presenting challenges that could not be resolved through application of superior firepower or tactical brilliance. For the first time in his career, Horus faced a situation where his greatest strengths as a leader seemed inadequate to the task at hand, where the very success of previous campaigns made current difficulties more rather than less difficult to understand. As the sons of Horus prepared for their descent to Davin's surface, none could have anticipated that they were about to witness the beginning of their Primarch's transformation. The loyal son who had accepted the crown of Warmaster with such pride was about to encounter forces that would challenge everything he believed about humanity, about the Imperium, and about his own destiny among the stars. The surface of Davin burned under an alien sky as Horus Lupercal led his warriors into what should have been a straightforward compliance action. The world that had once knelt willingly before the Aquila now bristled with defenses that spoke of careful preparation and outside assistance. Weapon emplacements carved from living rock tracked the descending drop pods with targeting solutions that no planetary militia should have possessed. The very air seemed thick with malevolent purpose, as if the planet itself had become hostile to Imperial presence. Ezekiel Abaddon coordinated the initial assault waves with his usual precision. But even he noted the unusual resistance patterns emerging from the rebel positions. These were not the desperate tactics of a cornered population or the crude strategies of untrained irregulars. The defenders moved with military discipline and employed combined arms tactics that suggested training from sources far beyond what Davin's original compliance had provided. Their equipment, while cobbled together from diverse sources, demonstrated a level of technological sophistication that should have been impossible to achieve without access to mechanicum forges or captured Imperial arsenals. The sons of Horus advanced through the planetary capital with caution born of hard experience, their bolters ready and their tactical awareness heightened by the strangeness of their surroundings. The architecture of Davin had been modified since their last visit, with symbols and decorative elements that drew the eye in uncomfortable directions. Where once imperial eagles had adorned public buildings, new emblems now marked doorways and wall surfaces with designs that seemed to shift and writhe when viewed peripherally. Captain Garviel Loken commanded the 10th Company's advance through the city's commercial district, his warriors maintaining formation discipline despite the unsettling atmosphere that pervaded every street and structure. The absence of civilian populations was notable. Intelligence had suggested that the rebellion enjoyed popular support, yet the advancing Space Marines encountered only military resistance from defenders who fought with a fanatical determination that seemed to exceed normal human motivation. The first significant engagement came at the city's administrative center, where rebel forces had established a defensive perimeter around buildings that had once housed Imperial governmental offices. The battle followed familiar patterns initially, with Space Marine tactical squads advancing under covering fire, while assault specialists moved to breach the enemy's strong points. But as the fighting intensified, disturbing elements began to emerge that challenged conventional understanding of what they faced. Rebel soldiers continued fighting with wounds that should have been instantly fatal, their bodies somehow sustaining damage that would have dropped even a hardened Imperial Guard veteran. They showed no sign of pain or fear, pressing their attacks with mechanical persistence that spoke of influence beyond simple military training or ideological fervor. Some carried weapons that sparked with unnatural energies, las bolts that burned with colors outside the normal spectrum, and projectile rounds that seemed to home in on their targets with impossible accuracy. More troubling still were the reports filtering in from other units engaged across the planetary surface. Scout squads operating in the wilderness regions reported encounters with creatures that defied biological classification, beings that moved with intelligence but possessed anatomical features that belonged to no known xenomorphs. These entities fought alongside human rebels with perfect coordination, suggesting some form of communication or control mechanism that Imperial xenobiologists had never documented. Horus himself led the assault on the planetary governor's palace, seeking to capture the leadership elements responsible for organizing the rebellion. The palace had been heavily fortified since Davin's original compliance, its defensive systems upgraded with technology that appeared to blend Imperial designs with alien principles in ways that should have been impossible to achieve. The very walls seemed to pulse with their own energy, and tactical auger readings fluctuated wildly whenever scans were attempted. The resistance encountered within the palace complex exceeded anything the Sons of Horus had faced in their previous campaigns. Defenders moved through the corridors with preternatural speed and coordination, their tactics adapted to counter specific space marine combat doctrines in ways that suggested intimate knowledge of Astartes' capabilities and limitations. They employed weapons that functioned according to principles that violated established understanding of physics and engineering, devices that could breach ceramite armor with focused applications of force that left no detectable energy signatures. The throne room at the palace's heart revealed the true scope of what had occurred on Davin during the years since compliance. The chamber had been transformed into something that bore little resemblance to imperial architectural standards. Its walls covered with murals that depicted scenes of cosmic significance beyond human comprehension. At the center of this transformed space stood the figure that had once been Yugun Temba, the planetary governor who had welcomed imperial rule with apparent enthusiasm. Temba's transformation was horrifying to behold. His body had been altered by forces that operated according to principles outside natural biology, expanded and modified in ways that spoke of conscious design rather than random mutation. Yet the intelligence that looked out from his eyes remained recognizably human, twisted by experiences that had shown him truths about the nature of reality that mortal minds were never meant to comprehend. The confrontation between Horus and his former ally represented more than a simple military engagement. Temba spoke of revelations that had come to him in the years following Davin's compliance, visions that had shown him the true nature of the universe and humanity's place within cosmic forces far greater than any earthly empire. He claimed that the Emperor's vision of rational materialism was not just mistaken, but actively harmful, blinding humanity to spiritual realities that were essential for their survival and development. These were not the rantings of a madman or the desperate justifications of a failed leader. Temba presented his arguments with cogent reasoning and philosophical sophistication that forced Horus to engage with concepts he had never seriously considered. The planetary governor spoke of entities that existed beyond the material realm, but nonetheless influenced events within it, beings of immense power and intelligence who had watched humanity's development with growing interest and concern. According to Temba's account, the Great Crusade represented a threat to cosmic balance that these entities could not ignore. The Emperor's attempt to unite humanity under a single banner and eliminate all competing belief systems was seen as an act of spiritual violence that would ultimately doom the species to stagnation and decay. The rebellion on Davin was not simply a rejection of imperial authority, but a necessary step toward opening humanity's eyes to larger truths about their nature and destiny. The philosophical debate that followed was unlike anything Horus had experienced in his decades of leadership. Where previous opponents had argued from positions of political interest or cultural preservation, Temba challenged the fundamental assumptions underlying the entire imperial project. He questioned whether unity was truly beneficial if it came at the cost of spiritual diversity, whether the elimination of religion and superstition might be depriving humanity of essential tools for understanding their place in the universe. More disturbing still was Temba's demonstration of capabilities that seemed to support his theoretical arguments. The former governor wielded powers that operated according to principles outside established scientific understanding, manipulating energy and matter in ways that violated basic physical laws. These were not technological aids or hidden xenotech devices, but abilities that appeared to stem from his altered physiology and expanded consciousness. The battle that erupted in the throne room transcended normal combat parameters. Temba's transformed state granted him physical capabilities that rivaled those of a Primarch, strength and speed that allowed him to engage Horus in direct confrontation despite his lack of formal military training. His movements were guided by awareness that seemed to anticipate Horus's attacks before they were consciously formulated, as if he could perceive the Warmaster's intentions at a level deeper than thought itself. The weapon Temba wielded was unlike anything in the Imperial arsenal, a blade that seemed to exist partially outside normal space-time and cut through reality itself, rather than simply through physical matter. When it struck Horus's armor, the damage inflicted was more than mechanical. It was spiritual, affecting the Primarch at levels of existence that he had never known were vulnerable to attack. The wound that opened across Horus's chest burned with unnatural fire that refused to respond to normal medical treatment. The injury seemed to defy the accelerated healing factors that were part of every Primarch's enhanced physiology, spreading corruption through his system in ways that suggested poisoning at a genetic level. More troubling still was the psychic component of the damage, a spiritual contamination that began to affect Horus's thoughts and perceptions, even as his body struggled to contain the physical effects. Captain Loken's intervention proved decisive in ending the immediate threat. The 10th Company's commander had followed his Primarch into the throne room and witnessed the supernatural battle with growing alarm. When Temba's blade found its mark and Horus staggered under the weight of his wounds, Loken acted without hesitation, his bolter rounds finding their target with precision that spoke of perfect training and unwavering loyalty. The death of Yugen Temba marked the end of organized resistance on Davin, but it also marked the beginning of something far more dangerous. As the former governor's body collapsed, the unnatural energies that had sustained his transformation were released in ways that affected everyone present in the throne room. The sons of Horus, who had witnessed the confrontation, found their memories haunted by images and concepts that they could not fully understand or forget. Horus himself bore the greatest burden of this exposure. The wound inflicted by Temba's blade continued to resist all attempts at healing, its effects spreading through his system with malevolent purpose. The Primarch's superhuman constitution, normally capable of recovering from injuries that would prove fatal to lesser beings, seemed unable to cope with damage that operated according to supernatural rather than biological principles. The evacuation from Davin proceeded with military efficiency, but the victory felt hollow to those who had witnessed the events in the governor's palace. Intelligence teams scoured the planetary surface for evidence of how Temba had achieved his transformation and where he had acquired the knowledge and capabilities he had demonstrated. What they found raised more questions than it answered, suggesting contact with influences that operated from beyond the material realm. Religious texts recovered from hidden chambers beneath the palace described entities of immense power and alien intelligence that had supposedly guided human development since the earliest days of the species. These beings were presented not as gods to be worshipped, but as teachers and benefactors whose wisdom could elevate humanity to new levels of spiritual and intellectual achievement. The philosophical framework outlined in these documents was sophisticated and internally consistent, presenting arguments for spiritual evolution that challenged imperial truth on its own rational terms. More disturbing were the practical instructions contained within these texts, detailed procedures for achieving contact with these extra-dimensional entities and gaining access to their knowledge and power. The rituals described involved practices that Imperial doctrine classified as dangerous superstition, but the results they promised seemed to align with the capabilities that Temba had demonstrated during his final confrontation with Horus. As the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet departed the Davin system, carrying with them their wounded Primarch, and a collection of evidence that challenged everything they thought they knew about the nature of reality, none could have anticipated that they had just experienced the opening move in a campaign that would ultimately destroy the Imperium they served. The corruption that had taken root on Davin represented only the smallest fraction of a vast conspiracy that had been developing for millennia, waiting for exactly the right moment to reveal itself. The wound that Horus carried would prove to be more than physical damage. It was a spiritual breach that would allow influences beyond mortal comprehension to gain access to the mind and soul of the Emperor's most beloved son. The visions that would come to him in the days that followed would show him truths and falsehoods woven together so skillfully that even his superhuman intellect would be unable to distinguish between them. The seeds of the greatest betrayal in human history had been planted, waiting only for the right circumstances to germinate and grow into the nightmare that would consume the galaxy. In the medical bays of the Vengeful Spirit, as apothecaries struggled to treat wounds that defied their understanding, the future Warmaster of Chaos lay unconscious and vulnerable, his dreams already beginning to fill with whispers that would reshape his understanding of his destiny and his duty. The medical bay of the Vengeful Spirit had never been designed to treat wounds that defied every principle of space marine physiology. Apothecary Davin and his staff worked with increasing desperation as their Primarch's condition continued to deteriorate despite their most advanced medical interventions. The injury inflicted by Temba's cursed blade had created a necrotic wound that seemed to exist partially outside normal space-time, resisting cauterization, tissue regeneration, and even the accelerated healing factors that were fundamental to Primarch biology. Horus lay unconscious on the surgical table, his superhuman frame diminished by fever and spiritual corruption that no medical scanner could quantify or treat. The pallor of his skin spoke of systemic poisoning that operated according to principles beyond biological understanding, while his vital signs fluctuated in patterns that suggested influence from sources outside the material realm. Every attempt to analyze the wound's progression yielded readings that contradicted established medical knowledge, as if the injury existed according to different natural laws than those governing normal reality. Isstvan maintained a constant vigil beside his gene father, the first captain's usual stoic demeanor, cracking under the strain of watching the most powerful being he had ever known slowly succumb to forces that seemed beyond Imperial comprehension. Reports from across the Expeditionary Fleet indicated that the campaign against Davin's rebellion had officially concluded with complete success, all rebel strongholds neutralized and resistance eliminated. Yet this apparent victory felt hollow when measured against the price that had been paid for it. The presence of Erebus in the medical bay struck many observers as unusual, given that the word-bearer had no official medical training or command authority within the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. However, his concern for Horus's welfare appeared genuine, and his extensive knowledge of diverse cultural practices had proven valuable in analyzing the exotic nature of the Primarch's wounds. When conventional Imperial medicine failed to provide answers, Erebus suggested consulting sources of knowledge that might offer alternative approaches to treatment. The suggestion that Davin's indigenous healing traditions might hold keys to reversing the supernatural damage was controversial but not entirely without precedent. The Great Crusade had encountered numerous human civilizations that had developed sophisticated medical practices during their isolation from Terra, some incorporating techniques and substances unknown to mainstream imperial medicine. If the wound had been inflicted through application of local supernatural knowledge, it followed logically that local healing traditions might offer countermeasures. The expedition to Davin's moon represented a desperate gamble by desperate men who could not bear to watch their beloved leader slowly die from injuries they could not understand or treat. The moon's surface was dominated by ancient structures that predated human settlement, monuments and temples that spoke of civilizations far older than anything recorded in imperial historical archives. The architectural style was unsettling to human sensibilities, incorporating geometric principles that seemed designed to invoke emotional and psychological responses rather than purely aesthetic ones. The Serpent Lodge occupied the largest of these ancient complexes, their rituals and practices having evolved to incorporate elements of pre-human tradition with human spiritual needs developed during millennia of isolation. The lodge's elders claimed descent from the original human colonists who had discovered the moon's secrets, inheriting knowledge that had been passed down through generations of careful study and practice. Erebus served as interpreter and liaison during the initial negotiations with the lodge elders, his linguistic skills and cultural sensitivity proving essential for establishing communication with practitioners whose worldview differed fundamentally from imperial norms. The word-bearer's own background as a chaplain had exposed him to diverse spiritual traditions across the galaxy, providing him with context for understanding concepts that might otherwise have seemed incomprehensible to imperial observers. The ritual chamber, at the heart of the Serpent Lodge, was unlike anything most of the assembled Space Marines had ever encountered. The walls were covered with symbols and decorations that seemed to shift and move when viewed directly, while the floor was inlaid with patterns that drew the eye toward a central altar where Horus's unconscious form was carefully placed. The atmosphere within the chamber was thick with incense and other substances that created altered states of consciousness, preparing participants for experiences that transcended normal sensory perception. The healing ceremony that followed challenged every assumption about the nature of consciousness, reality, and the relationship between spiritual and physical existence. The Lodge elders worked with techniques that had been refined over thousands of years, manipulating energies and forces that operated according to principles outside imperial scientific understanding. Their chants and ritual actions created resonances that seemed to reach beyond the material realm, establishing connections with entities and intelligences that existed on planes of existence parallel to, but separate from normal reality. What the assembled Space Marines could not perceive was the true nature of the beings that responded to the Lodge's invocation. The entities that manifested within the ritual chamber were not the benevolent healing spirits that the ceremony ostensibly summoned, but intelligences of vast power and malevolent purpose who had been waiting for exactly such an opportunity to gain access to a being of Horus's unique nature and position. The four powers that had watched the Great Crusade's expansion with growing concern saw in Horus's wounded condition the perfect vector for achieving their long-term objectives. Here was the Emperor's most beloved son, the chosen heir to the greatest empire in galactic history, rendered vulnerable by wounds that conventional medicine could not treat. The ritual designed to heal him provided an opportunity to expose his consciousness to influences and perspectives that would fundamentally alter his understanding of his role and destiny. The visions that came to Horus during the ritual were crafted with exquisite skill and psychological sophistication. Rather than crude attempts at corruption or obvious temptations toward evil, they presented him with carefully constructed scenarios that drew upon his deepest fears and highest ideals. The entities responsible for these visions understood that a being of Horus's caliber could not be simply deceived or coerced. He had to be convinced through logic and evidence that his chosen course of action was morally justified and strategically necessary. The first vision showed him a future Imperium transformed beyond recognition, its rational foundations replaced by religious dogma that elevated the Emperor from beloved father figure to distant god object. In this possible future, the imperial truth had been abandoned in favor of a theocratic system that suppressed scientific inquiry and independent thought in favor of blind faith and ritual observance. Massive cathedral ships carried fanatical priests across the galaxy, enforcing religious conformity through methods that made the worst excesses of the current compliance campaigns seem gentle by comparison. The emotional impact of witnessing this potential future was devastating to Horus's sense of identity and purpose. Everything he had fought for, every principle he had upheld during decades of service, had been perverted into its opposite. The rational humanism that he had believed would elevate the species to new heights of achievement had devolved into the very superstition and ignorance that the Great Crusade had been designed to eliminate. More disturbing still was the portrayal of the Emperor himself in this twisted future. The being who had been Horus's father, mentor, and closest companion had become a distant deity who demanded worship rather than understanding, fear rather than love. The intimate relationship between father and son that had defined Horus's entire existence had been replaced by formal religious observance that reduced their personal bond to ritualistic genuflection before an untouchable divine presence. The second vision revealed the mechanisms by which this transformation would occur, showing Horus the hidden aspects of the Emperor's current projects that had been concealed even from his most trusted sons. The Webway project, which had been presented as a scientific endeavor to provide humanity with faster-than-light travel independent of warp navigation, was revealed to be something far more ambitious and dangerous. The Emperor sought to elevate himself to true godhood through mastery of psychic forces that would fundamentally alter his relationship with material reality and mortal humanity. This revelation struck at the heart of Horus's understanding of his father's nature and intentions. The Emperor had always presented himself as the pinnacle of human achievement, rather than a supernatural being, embodying the potential that all humans could theoretically achieve through dedication to rational principles and scientific advancement. The discovery that he had been concealing divine ambitions behind a facade of materialist philosophy felt like a betrayal of everything their relationship had been built upon. The third vision showed Horus the ultimate consequences of allowing the Emperor's transformation to proceed unchallenged. Humanity would become a species of psychic slaves, their individual consciousness subsumed into a collective entity controlled by the Emperor's divine will. The diversity and creativity that had driven human achievement throughout history would be eliminated in favor of perfect unity that eliminated freedom, choice, and personal growth. This future humanity was presented not as evil, but as tragically diminished, capable of great collective achievements, but incapable of the individual brilliance that had produced humanity's greatest heroes and innovations. The Primarchs themselves would become mere extensions of the Emperor's will, their unique personalities and capabilities absorbed into a collective consciousness that eliminated their independence and individual identity. The fourth and final vision offered Horus an alternative path, a future in which the Emperor's plans were prevented and humanity was allowed to develop according to its natural potential. In this scenario, the species would achieve true spiritual evolution through exposure to cosmic forces and entities that had watched their development with benevolent interest. Rather than being enslaved by divine tyranny, humans would become partners with intelligences far greater than themselves, gaining access to knowledge and capabilities that would elevate them to new levels of consciousness and achievement. This alternative future showed humanity spreading across the galaxy not as conquerors but as explorers and diplomats, learning from other species and contributing their own unique perspectives to a cosmic community of enlightened beings. The rigid conformity of imperial doctrine would be replaced by spiritual diversity that encouraged individual growth and development while maintaining unity of purpose and mutual respect. The beings responsible for these visions understood that Horus's fundamental nature was that of a protector and guardian, someone whose primary motivation was the welfare of those under his care. By presenting the Emperor's plans as a threat to humanity's long-term development and offering an alternative that promised greater freedom and opportunity, they appealed to his deepest moral convictions while simultaneously exploiting his emotional vulnerabilities. The psychological manipulation was masterful in its subtlety and sophistication. Rather than demanding immediate conversion or explicit betrayal, the visions simply planted seeds of doubt and alternative perspectives that would grow over time as Horus processed their implications. The entities understood that a being of his caliber needed to reach his own conclusions through careful consideration rather than having decisions imposed upon him through external pressure. When Horus finally awakened from the ritual trance, his physical wounds had indeed been healed through the application of supernatural forces that operated beyond imperial medical understanding. The necrotic tissue had been regenerated, the systemic poisoning neutralized, and his superhuman constitution restored to full functionality. To all external observers, the desperate gamble had succeeded beyond their most optimistic expectations. Yet those closest to the Warmaster began to notice subtle changes in his demeanor and decision-making processes that suggested the healing had come at a price beyond anything they could have anticipated. His eyes, once warm with paternal affection for his sons and infectious enthusiasm for the Great Crusade's mission, now carried a distant quality that spoke of experiences and knowledge that could not be easily shared or understood. The changes manifested first in his private conversations with senior officers and trusted advisors. Where once Horus had approached strategic planning with confident optimism about the Imperium's inevitable success, he now raised questions about the long-term implications of their activities that had never occurred to him before. His analysis of compliance operations began to incorporate concerns about cultural preservation and individual autonomy that seemed inconsistent with his previous wholehearted embrace of imperial doctrine. Malaghurst, the Warmaster's trusted equerry, was among the first to recognize that something fundamental had shifted in his lord's worldview. The conversations that took place in Horus's private chambers during the journey away from Davin revealed a depth of philosophical questioning that went far beyond tactical concerns or strategic adjustments. Horus spoke of responsibilities that extended beyond immediate military objectives, of duties to humanity that might conflict with loyalty to the Emperor's specific vision of their destiny. These discussions were conducted with the same rational approach and logical analysis that had always characterized Horus's leadership style. There was no sudden emotional transformation or obvious corruption, simply a gradual expansion of perspective that incorporated considerations previously excluded from his decision-making process. The questions he raised were thoughtful and well-reasoned, drawing upon observations and experiences accumulated over decades of service, while introducing new frameworks for understanding their significance. The warrior lodges within the Sons of Horus provided the perfect venue for these new perspectives to spread throughout the Legion without triggering formal command attention or doctrinal scrutiny. Lodge meetings had always encouraged open discussion of philosophical and strategic questions, creating an environment where ideas could be explored without the constraints imposed by official military hierarchy or imperial orthodoxy. Erebus continued to attend these meetings with increasing frequency, his contributions growing more sophisticated and influential as he built relationships of trust and respect with lodge members across multiple companies. His role as an outside perspective from a different legion lent weight to his observations about patterns and trends that might not be apparent to those operating within a single organizational structure. The word-bearer's approach remained subtle and indirect, focusing on questions rather than answers, encouraging exploration of implications rather than advocating specific conclusions. When lodge members expressed frustration with contradictory orders from distant authorities, Erebus would validate their concerns while suggesting that such problems were inevitable consequences of centralized decision-making systems that could not account for local conditions and individual circumstances. The philosophical discussions that emerged from these sessions began to coalesce around themes that would prove central to the coming rebellion. Questions of autonomy versus authority, individual judgment versus collective decision-making, and immediate tactical needs versus long-term strategic objectives provided frameworks for examining imperial doctrine from new angles that revealed potential contradictions and limitations. More significantly, these discussions began to incorporate concepts and terminology that had been introduced through the healing ritual on Davin's moon, though the lodge members themselves were unaware of the source of these ideas. References to cosmic balance, spiritual evolution, and humanity's relationship with forces beyond material understanding crept into conversations about practical military and administrative challenges. The transformation of Horus himself accelerated as these external influences reinforced and validated the doubts and alternative perspectives that had been planted during his supernatural healing. His natural intelligence and analytical capabilities turned toward examination of imperial doctrine, and the Emperor's long-term plans began to identify patterns and implications that supported the conclusions suggested by his visions. The Emperor's increasing withdrawal from direct involvement in Crusade operations took on new significance when viewed through the lens of potential hidden agendas. What had previously seemed like natural delegation of authority to capable subordinates now appeared as evidence of priorities that conflicted with the stated objectives of human reunification and galactic conquest. The suppression of religious and spiritual traditions across compliant worlds, which had been justified as necessary for establishing rational materialism and scientific advancement, began to seem like systematic elimination of cultural diversity that might threaten centralized control. The rigid orthodoxy of imperial truth started to resemble the very dogmatism it claimed to oppose, simply replacing traditional superstitions with new forms of ideological conformity. Most troubling was Horus's growing awareness of the psychological and spiritual costs imposed by the Crusades' methods. The brutal efficiency with which resistant populations were brought into compliance created trauma and resentment that could persist for generations, potentially undermining the long-term stability of the very unity the Imperium sought to achieve. The elimination of local traditions and belief systems deprived human communities of cultural foundations that had sustained them through millennia of hardship and isolation. These realizations were not sudden revelations, but gradual accumulations of understanding that built upon observations and experiences gathered throughout his career. The difference was that he now possessed conceptual frameworks for organizing these observations into coherent critiques of imperial methodology and objectives. Where once he had dismissed concerns about cultural preservation as secondary to larger strategic goals, he now began to question whether those strategic goals themselves might be flawed or incomplete. The first concrete manifestation of Horus's transformed perspective came during a conference with his brother Primarchs to coordinate the next phase of Crusade expansion. The meeting, held aboard the Vengeful Spirit as the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet rendezvoused with other Imperial forces, was intended to address logistical challenges and strategic priorities for upcoming campaigns in the Isstvan system. Horus's contributions to the strategic discussion reflected his new understanding of the broader implications of their activities. Where his brothers focused on tactical considerations and resource allocation, he raised questions about the long-term consequences of their planned operations and the potential for alternative approaches that might achieve compliance with less destruction and cultural disruption. His suggestions were not radical departures from established doctrine, but subtle modifications that incorporated concerns for civilian welfare and cultural preservation alongside traditional military objectives. The proposals were logical and well-reasoned, drawing upon successful examples from previous campaigns while introducing innovations that could potentially improve both efficiency and humanitarian outcomes. Yet the reaction from his brother Primarchs suggested that even these modest departures from orthodox thinking were viewed with concern and suspicion. Rogel Dawn questioned whether such considerations might compromise military effectiveness, while Ferrus Manus expressed doubt about the strategic value of preserving local traditions that conflicted with imperial unity. The resistance he encountered from his own brothers crystallized Horus's growing sense that fundamental changes in imperial policy and philosophy would be necessary to address the problems he had identified. The rigid thinking that characterized even the most capable imperial leaders suggested that reform from within existing structures might be impossible requiring more dramatic interventions to achieve the necessary transformation. This realization marked the point of no return in Horus's psychological transformation. The loyal son who had accepted the crown of Warmaster with such pride now began to contemplate actions that would have been unthinkable just months earlier. The visions he had experienced during his healing had shown him the stakes involved and the consequences of inaction, while his subsequent observations had confirmed the accuracy of their warnings about imperial policy and the Emperor's hidden agenda. The decision to act upon these new insights would not come immediately or easily. Horus's fundamental nature remained that of a protector and guardian, someone whose primary concern was the welfare of those under his care. The actions he was beginning to contemplate would require him to place abstract principles and long-term consequences above immediate loyalty and personal relationships that had defined his entire existence. But the seeds of rebellion had been planted and watered with carefully crafted doubts and alternative perspectives that appealed to his deepest moral convictions. The greatest betrayal in human history was taking shape in the mind of the Emperor's most beloved son, justified by logic and evidence that seemed unassailable to his transformed understanding of reality and responsibility. The transformation spreading through the sons of Horus was subtle enough to escape the notice of most imperial observers, yet profound enough to fundamentally alter the legion's character and methods. What had begun as philosophical discussions in the warrior lodges evolved into practical changes in how the legion approached compliance operations, diplomatic negotiations, and relations with other imperial forces. The modifications were presented as tactical innovations and strategic improvements, making them appear as natural evolution rather than ideological corruption. Captain Garviel Loken found himself increasingly troubled by conversations with battle brothers who had once shared his unwavering commitment to imperial doctrine. Veterans who had fought alongside him for decades now spoke of nuanced approaches to compliance that incorporated concerns he had never heard them express before. Their arguments were logical and well-reasoned, drawing upon battlefield experiences and strategic analysis that seemed to support conclusions about the limitations of traditional imperial methods. The lodge meetings had expanded beyond their original informal structure, incorporating elements of ritual and ceremony that enhanced their psychological impact on participants. Erebus contributed significantly to these developments, drawing upon his background as a word-bearer chaplain to introduce practices that strengthened bonds between lodge members, while simultaneously opening their minds to alternative perspectives on duty, loyalty, and the nature of service to humanity. These rituals were not obviously heretical or supernatural in nature, but rather sophisticated psychological techniques that created states of heightened receptivity to new ideas and concepts. Participants found themselves more willing to question assumptions they had previously accepted without examination, more open to considering alternative interpretations of events and policies that had seemed beyond dispute. The philosophical framework that emerged from these enhanced lodge sessions presented a coherent worldview that challenged imperial orthodoxy while maintaining the appearance of loyalty to the Emperor's ultimate objectives. The key insight was that true service to humanity might require opposition to specific imperial policies that had been corrupted or misdirected by advisors who did not fully understand the Emperor's true intentions. This perspective allowed Lodge members to maintain their fundamental identity as protectors of humanity, while simultaneously developing critical attitudes toward imperial authority structures. They could view themselves as more loyal than those who blindly followed orders without considering their broader implications, more devoted to the Emperor's true vision than those who implemented his policies without understanding their deeper purpose. The network effects of this transformation extended far beyond the Sons of Horus Legion itself. As the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet operated alongside other Imperial forces, the modified perspectives and innovative approaches developed within the Lodge system began to influence personnel from different organizations. Imperial Army officers, Mechanicum adepts, and even Space Marines from other legions found themselves exposed to new ways of thinking about their mission and methods. The influence was particularly strong on individuals who had already experienced doubts or frustrations with existing Imperial policies and procedures. Veterans who had witnessed the human costs of compliance operations found validation for their concerns in discussions with Sons of Horus personnel who articulated sophisticated critiques of traditional approaches. Younger officers who had questioned the necessity of certain brutal practices discovered that their moral qualms were shared by respected leaders who had developed alternative methods. Horus himself served as the most powerful vector for spreading these new perspectives throughout the broader Imperial hierarchy. His position as Warmaster granted him regular contact with Primarchs, senior commanders, and Imperial officials across multiple sectors, providing opportunities to introduce modified approaches to strategic planning and operational execution that gradually shifted the thinking of key decision-makers. The Warmaster's influence was enhanced by his reputation for tactical brilliance and strategic insight, which lent credibility to his suggestions about policy modifications and procedural improvements. When Horus proposed alternative approaches to compliance operations or diplomatic negotiations, his recommendations carried weight that would have been impossible for lesser figures to achieve. His track record of success made it difficult for even skeptical observers to dismiss his innovations without serious consideration. The first major test of these evolving perspectives came during the Murder Campaign, where the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet encountered a world inhabited by Xenos creatures of exceptional ferocity and intelligence. Traditional Imperial doctrine called for complete extermination of alien populations that could not be negotiated with or subjugated. But Horus implemented a more nuanced approach that sought to understand the creatures' motivations and territorial behaviors before resorting to total warfare. The modified strategy produced mixed results that could be interpreted as either validation or refutation of the new approaches, depending on the observer's pre-existing perspectives. Casualties were lower than projected for similar campaigns, and the compliance operation achieved its objectives with less infrastructure damage than traditional methods would have produced. However, the extended timeline required for the more careful approach consumed resources that could have been allocated to other operations, potentially slowing the overall pace of Crusade expansion. More significantly, the Murder Campaign served as a testing ground for ideas and methods that would later prove crucial for the coordination of the coming rebellion. The modified command structures, enhanced communication networks, and alternative loyalty frameworks developed during the operation provided templates that could be adapted for more ambitious undertakings. The lessons learned about managing personnel who held diverse perspectives on Imperial doctrine would prove invaluable when the time came to coordinate action across multiple legions with different cultural traditions and organizational structures. The word-bearer's involvement in these developments extended far beyond Erebus's individual contributions to the Sons of Horus Lodge system. The entire Isstvan Legion had been developing its own critique of imperial doctrine based on different philosophical foundations, focusing on spiritual and cultural concerns, rather than the tactical and strategic issues that primarily concerned Horus and his followers. Lorgar Aurelian had never fully accepted the Emperor's rejection of religious expression and spiritual exploration, viewing the imperial truth as an incomplete understanding of human nature that ignored essential aspects of consciousness and meaning. The word-bearer's approach to compliance operations had always incorporated greater respect for local traditions and belief systems, attempting to preserve cultural elements that could be integrated with imperial doctrine rather than simply eliminated. The convergence between the word-bearer's spiritual concerns and the Sons of Horus's strategic innovations created a powerful synthesis that appealed to different personality types and philosophical orientations within the broader imperial hierarchy. Individuals who were primarily motivated by tactical considerations could embrace the improved effectiveness of modified approaches, while those with greater interest in cultural and spiritual matters could find validation for concerns that had previously seemed incompatible with loyal service. This intellectual alliance between the two legions provided a foundation for broader coordination that would prove essential when the time came to organize active resistance to imperial policies. The combination of Horus's strategic authority and Lorgar's ideological sophistication created a leadership structure capable of appealing to diverse constituencies while maintaining operational effectiveness and doctrinal coherence. The network effects of this collaboration extended to other legions through the normal processes of inter-unit cooperation and personnel exchange that characterized Crusade operations. The IV Legion Iron Warriors, operating under Perturbo's increasingly bitter leadership, found themselves drawn to perspectives that validated their resentment over thankless assignments and lack of recognition for their sacrifices. The modified approaches developed by the Sons of Horus and Wordbearers offered potential solutions to problems that had been festering within the Iron Warriors for decades. Similarly, the World Eaters under Angron's tormented leadership discovered that the new philosophical frameworks provided justification for their growing discomfort with imperial restrictions on their combat methods and cultural practices. The emphasis on individual judgment and local adaptation offered alternatives to rigid compliance with directives that seemed to ignore the specific circumstances and requirements of different operational environments. The Death Guard presented a more complex case, as Mortarian's philosophical objections to imperial policies were based on different concerns than those motivating other potentially rebellious Primarchs. His opposition to the use of psychers and supernatural abilities created potential conflicts with aspects of the emerging alternative ideology, but his broader critique of imperial authoritarianism and his commitment to protecting ordinary humans from the predations of powerful elites aligned well with many of the new perspectives. The process of building consensus among these diverse constituencies required sophisticated political and philosophical work that drew upon all of Horus's considerable diplomatic skills. Each Primarch needed to be approached differently, with arguments and incentives tailored to their specific concerns and motivations. The unified opposition that would eventually emerge was not the result of simple ideological agreement, but rather a carefully constructed coalition of interests that shared common objectives despite different underlying philosophies. The timetable for action was determined by external factors beyond the control of any individual conspirator. Intelligence reports indicated that the Emperor's withdrawal from active Crusade leadership was not simply a matter of delegation to capable subordinates, but rather preparation for projects of enormous scope and ambition that would fundamentally alter the balance of power within the Imperium. The Webway project represented just one component of a larger transformation that would eliminate the autonomy and independence that the Primarchs had enjoyed throughout their careers. More immediately threatening were indications that Imperial policy was shifting toward greater centralization and standardization that would eliminate the flexibility and local adaptation that had made the Crusade so successful. The Council of Nicaea had already demonstrated the Emperor's willingness to override the judgment of his sons when their approaches conflicted with his vision of proper doctrine and procedure. Future directives promised to extend this pattern of centralized control to areas that had previously been left to Primarch discretion. The realization that time was running short added urgency to the planning process while simultaneously making coordination more difficult and dangerous. Communication between potential conspirators had to be conducted with extreme care to avoid detection by Imperial intelligence services that had grown increasingly sophisticated and invasive. The normal channels of military cooperation and administrative coordination could be used to cover some aspects of the planning process, but the most sensitive discussions required alternative methods that carried significant risks. The Isstvan system offered an opportunity that might not arise again for years or decades. The deployment of multiple legions to a single operational area would provide cover for the level of coordination required to launch a successful rebellion, while the distance from Terra would minimize the risk of immediate Imperial response. The strategic value of the system made it a plausible target for a major compliance operation, allowing the conspirators to position their forces without arousing suspicion about their true intentions. The decision to proceed with the Isstvan operation represented the point of no return for all participants in the emerging conspiracy. Once committed to this course of action, there would be no possibility of retreat or reconciliation with Imperial authority. The magnitude of the betrayal they were contemplating would make them eternal enemies of the Emperor and everything he represented, regardless of their motivations or ultimate objectives. Yet for Horus and his growing circle of allies, the choice seemed not just justified, but morally imperative. They had convinced themselves that they were acting to save humanity from spiritual slavery and cultural extinction, that their rebellion represented the only hope for preserving the diversity and creativity that made human civilization worth protecting. The visions and philosophical frameworks that had shaped their thinking provided intellectual and emotional justification for actions that would have seemed unthinkable just months earlier. The irony was that their noble intentions would lead to the greatest catastrophe in human history. But that recognition lay in a future that none of them could clearly perceive. In the present moment, surrounded by evidence that supported their analysis and motivated by genuine concern for humanity's welfare, the path toward rebellion seemed not just reasonable, but heroic. The stage was set for the greatest betrayal the galaxy had ever witnessed, orchestrated by beings who believed they were saving the very civilization they were about to destroy. The changes manifesting within the sons of Horus were becoming increasingly difficult to dismiss as simple tactical evolution or strategic innovation. Veterans who had served the Legion for decades began to notice alterations in their battle brothers' behavior that went beyond philosophical discussions or modified operational procedures. There was something fundamentally different about the way corrupted Space Marines approached their duties, a subtle shift in priorities and motivations that suggested influence from sources beyond normal military or ideological factors. Captain I. Acton Cruz, one of the Legion's most senior officers, found himself increasingly isolated as younger Marines embraced perspectives that seemed incompatible with the values and traditions that had defined the Sons of Horus throughout their history. The respect for human dignity and protection of civilian populations that had once characterized the Legion's approach to compliance operations was being replaced by a more pragmatic attitude that prioritized efficiency over humanitarian concerns. The lodge meetings that had once served as informal venues for tactical discussion and brotherly fellowship had evolved into something that resembled religious ceremonies more than military gatherings. Participants spoke in hushed tones about revelations and insights that could not be shared with uninitiated brothers, creating divisions within companies and squads that undermined the unity and cohesion that were essential for Space Marine effectiveness. Erebus had become a figure of growing influence within these transformed lodges. His status, enhanced by claims of special knowledge and spiritual authority that exceeded anything normally associated with chaplain duties. His teachings incorporated elements drawn from sources that he claimed represented ancient human wisdom, recovered from compliant worlds, but the specific nature of these sources remained deliberately vague and inaccessible to critical examination. The word bearer's influence extended beyond direct participation in lodge activities to encompass private counseling sessions with individual Space Marines who sought guidance about doubts and concerns that they felt unable to discuss through normal command channels. These sessions provided opportunities for more targeted manipulation, as Erebus could tailor his approach to the specific psychological vulnerabilities and emotional needs of each individual. The techniques employed during these private consultations were sophisticated applications of psychological conditioning that operated below the level of conscious awareness. Rather than attempting crude indoctrination or obvious persuasion, Erebus would validate his subjects' existing concerns while gradually introducing new frameworks for understanding their experiences and responsibilities. The process was so subtle that participants rarely realized their thinking was being systematically altered. The corruption was not limited to the Sons of Horus Legion, but had begun to spread through other units attached to the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet through the normal processes of personnel interaction and operational cooperation. Imperial Army officers who worked closely with corrupted Space Marines found themselves adopting similar perspectives on duty, loyalty, and the appropriate relationship between individual judgment and organizational authority. The Mechanicum contingents proved particularly susceptible to certain aspects of the emerging alternative ideology, as their own traditions included concepts of hidden knowledge and esoteric wisdom that could be reinterpreted to support the philosophical frameworks being developed within the Lodge system. Tech adepts who had spent their careers pursuing forbidden technologies and suppressed research found validation for their intellectual curiosity in discussions about the limitations of imperial doctrine and the need for more flexible approaches to knowledge acquisition. Even more troubling were the reports filtering in from other expeditionary fleets about similar developments occurring independently across multiple operational theaters. The word bearers had been systematically spreading their influence throughout the Crusade forces for years, placing chaplains and advisors in positions where they could guide the development of lodge systems and philosophical discussions according to their own agenda. The scope of this coordinated campaign suggested planning and preparation that extended far beyond the timeline of Horus's transformation, indicating that the corruption of the Warmaster was just one component of a much larger conspiracy that had been developing for decades. The careful placement of word-bearer personnel, the systematic introduction of alternative philosophical frameworks, and the gradual conditioning of key individuals all pointed to a level of organization and foresight that was deeply disturbing to those who began to recognize the pattern. Garviel Loken found himself caught between his loyalty to his Primarch and his growing unease about the changes he observed in the Legion's culture and methods. His conversations with Horus revealed a leader who remained intellectually brilliant and tactically sound, but whose fundamental priorities seemed to have shifted in ways that were difficult to define or challenge directly. The Warmaster's arguments were logical and well-reasoned, yet they led to conclusions that felt wrong to Loken's instinctive understanding of right and wrong. The philosophical discussions that Horus initiated during their private meetings focused on abstract questions about the nature of loyalty, duty, and service that seemed designed to undermine Loken's confidence in his own moral intuitions. The Warmaster would present scenarios and hypothetical situations that forced consideration of conflicts between different types of obligation, gradually building a case for the superiority of personal judgment over institutional authority. These conversations were conducted with the same paternal concern and intellectual respect that had always characterized Horus's relationship with his favored officers, making it difficult for Loken to identify specific moments when inappropriate influence was being applied. The Warmaster's approach was to raise questions rather than provide answers, encouraging independent thinking while subtly guiding the direction of that thinking toward predetermined conclusions. The first concrete manifestation of the corruption's practical effects came during a compliance operation against a human world that had developed an unusually sophisticated defensive system based on psychic enhancement of their military forces. Traditional Imperial doctrine called for immediate suppression of such capabilities through overwhelming force, but Horus ordered a more careful approach that sought to understand and potentially co-opt the population's abilities rather than simply destroying them. The modified strategy achieved its immediate objectives with fewer casualties and less infrastructure damage than conventional methods would have produced. But the means employed to achieve this success troubled many of the Space Marines who participated in the operation. Negotiations with the planetary leadership involved acknowledging the legitimacy of psychic practices that Imperial truth classified as dangerous superstition, while the final compliance agreement permitted the continuation of activities that clearly violated established Imperial policy. More disturbing still were the methods used to convince the population to accept Imperial authority. Rather than relying on demonstrations of superior firepower or appeals to rational self-interest, the Sons of Horus employed psychological techniques that seemed designed to manipulate the planetary population's spiritual beliefs and emotional attachments. The approach was effective, but felt fundamentally dishonest to Marines who had been trained to value straightforward dealing and transparent communication. The success of this operation provided ammunition for advocates of the new approaches, while simultaneously raising questions about the ethical implications of such methods. Supporters could point to the reduced casualties and improved efficiency as evidence that traditional imperial doctrine was unnecessarily brutal and counterproductive. Critics worried that the techniques employed represented a form of corruption that violated the fundamental principles underlying imperial civilization. The debate that emerged within the Legion reflected broader tensions about the relationship between effectiveness and integrity that were becoming increasingly prominent across the Crusade forces. The pressure to achieve rapid compliance with minimal resources encouraged adoption of any methods that produced results, regardless of their compatibility with imperial values and long-term objectives. Horus himself seemed immune to these ethical concerns, presenting the modified approaches as natural evolution rather than fundamental departure from established principles. His arguments focused on practical considerations and strategic effectiveness, dismissing moral qualms as luxury concerns that could not be afforded in the face of galactic-scale challenges and resource constraints. This pragmatic attitude represented a significant departure from the idealistic commitment to human dignity and ethical conduct that had once characterized the Warmaster's leadership style. Veterans who remembered the early days of the Great Crusade noted that Horus had previously insisted on maintaining moral standards, even when doing so imposed tactical disadvantages or strategic costs. The transformation was particularly evident in Horus's treatment of civilian populations during compliance operations. Where he had once gone to great lengths to minimize non-combatant casualties and preserve cultural institutions, he now tolerated levels of collateral damage and cultural destruction that would have been unacceptable to his earlier standards. The changes were rationalized as necessary adaptations to operational realities, but they reflected a fundamental shift in his understanding of human value and dignity. The psychological mechanisms underlying this transformation were sophisticated applications of the conditioning techniques that had been employed during his healing on Davin's moon. The entities responsible for his corruption understood that a being of Horus's caliber could not be simply converted through crude manipulation or obvious temptation. Instead, they had gradually altered his fundamental assumptions about reality, morality, and his own nature in ways that made corrupt choices seem not just acceptable, but morally imperative. The process was designed to be self-reinforcing, as each compromise with previous standards made subsequent departures from moral conduct easier to justify and accept. The corruption spread through his decision-making processes like a psychological virus, converting ethical frameworks into tools for rationalizing behavior that would have been unthinkable under his original value system. The tragedy was that Horus retained his intellectual brilliance and strategic insight throughout this transformation, making him more rather than less effective at achieving his immediate objectives. His corrupted perspective allowed him to exploit opportunities and employ methods that his moral scruples had previously prevented him from considering. The short-term success of these approaches provided evidence that seemed to validate his new worldview, while simultaneously accelerating his departure from the principles that had once defined his character. The broader implications of Horus's transformation were becoming apparent to Imperial observers who possessed sufficient perspective to recognize the patterns emerging across multiple operational theaters. The Crusade was achieving unprecedented levels of success in terms of rapid territorial expansion and efficient resource utilization. But the methods being employed were systematically undermining the ideological foundations that gave imperial conquest its moral legitimacy and long-term sustainability. The question facing loyal imperial servants was whether to address these developments through direct confrontation that might precipitate open conflict, or to attempt more subtle interventions that could potentially guide the corruption back toward acceptable channels. The choice was complicated by uncertainty about the scope and organization of the conspiracy, as well as genuine doubt about whether the modified approaches represented corruption or simply necessary adaptation to changed circumstances. The decision would ultimately be taken out of their hands by the pace of events and the momentum of forces that had already progressed beyond the point where peaceful resolution was possible. The corruption that had taken root in the highest levels of imperial command was about to manifest in actions that would make continued cooperation impossible and force a choice between loyalty to the emperor and submission to his most beloved son's transformed vision of human destiny. The Council of Nicaea represented the emperor's first direct intervention in the growing philosophical divisions that had begun to fracture the unity of the Great Crusade. The convocation brought together primarchs, senior Space Marine officers, and imperial officials to address concerns about the increasing use of psychic powers within the legions and the potential dangers such practices pose to operational security and ideological coherence. Magnus the Red arrived at Nicaea with supreme confidence in his ability to demonstrate the necessity and safety of controlled psychic development. The Thousand Sons had achieved remarkable success in their campaigns through careful application of sorcerous knowledge, and Magnus believed that rational discussion would convince even skeptical observers of the benefits that psychic enhancement could provide to the imperial war effort. The Crimson King's presentation was a masterwork of intellectual argumentation and practical demonstration, showcasing capabilities that seemed to offer solutions to many of the logistical and tactical challenges facing the Crusade. His librarians could facilitate communication across vast distances without relying on potentially compromised astropathic networks, while their defensive abilities could protect Imperial forces from psychic attacks by hostile xeno-species. Yet the very sophistication of Magnus's arguments worked against him by highlighting the extent to which the Thousand Sons had departed from conventional Imperial doctrine. His casual references to warp entities, dimensional manipulation, and consciousness expansion revealed a level of involvement with supernatural forces that alarmed observers who had been trained to view such concepts as dangerous superstition, incompatible with rational materialism. Mortarion spoke for the opposition with passionate intensity that reflected his deep personal experience with the corrupting influence of psychic powers. The Death Guard Primarch had witnessed firsthand the way supernatural abilities could be used to exploit and manipulate populations, turning supposed benefactors into tyrants who used their gifts to maintain power over those who lacked similar capabilities. His arguments focused on practical concerns about operational security and unit cohesion, rather than abstract philosophical questions about the nature of consciousness and reality. Mortarion emphasized the difficulty of maintaining discipline and morale when some individuals possessed capabilities that elevated them above their battle brothers, creating hierarchies based on supernatural ability rather than proven merit and dedicated service. The debate that followed revealed fundamental disagreements about the nature of human potential and the appropriate relationship between individual capability and collective welfare. Supporters of psychic development argued that humanity's survival in a hostile galaxy required utilization of every available advantage, including abilities that might seem dangerous or unnatural to conventional thinking. Opponents countered that the pursuit of supernatural power inevitably led to corruption and abuse, citing historical examples of civilizations that had destroyed themselves through reckless experimentation with forces beyond their understanding. They emphasized the importance of maintaining clear boundaries between acceptable and unacceptable practices, even when such restrictions imposed tactical disadvantages or strategic limitations. Horus's position during the debate was carefully calculated to maintain his relationship with both factions while advancing his own evolving agenda. He presented himself as a moderate voice, seeking practical solutions to complex problems, acknowledging legitimate concerns on both sides, while advocating for policies that would maximize operational flexibility and minimize ideological conflict. The Warmaster's intervention proved decisive in shaping the outcome of the Council, as his reputation for balanced judgment and strategic insight lent weight to his recommendations. His proposal for a compromise solution that would permit limited psychic development under strict oversight appeared to offer a middle path that could satisfy both camps while preserving the unity essential for continued Crusade success. However, the Emperor's final decree exceeded even the most pessimistic expectations of psychic advocates. The complete disbandment of all Librarius programs and the prohibition of psychic development within the Space Marine legions represented a total victory for the anti-Psyker faction that left no room for the compromise solutions that Horus had carefully constructed. The political implications of this decision extended far beyond the immediate question of psychic powers to encompass broader issues about the relationship between central authority and local autonomy within the Imperial command structure. The Emperor's willingness to override the judgment of multiple Primarchs on a matter they considered essential to their operational effectiveness demonstrated a level of centralized control that threatened the independence and flexibility that had made the Crusade so successful. Magnus's reaction to the decree was particularly significant, as the Thousand Sons Primarch had invested enormous personal and institutional capital in developing psychic capabilities that were now declared illegal. The prohibition forced him to choose between loyalty to his father and commitment to practices that he genuinely believed were essential for humanity's survival and development. The Crimson King's initial response was compliance with the decree, despite his profound disagreement with its wisdom and necessity. The disbandment of the Thousand Sons Librarius proceeded according to Imperial directives, though many observers noted the reluctance and resentment with which these changes were implemented. The broader implications of Nicaea's decisions rippled through the Crusade forces as primarchs and senior officers struggled to adapt to new restrictions that seemed designed to eliminate practices and capabilities that had proven their worth in actual combat situations. The prohibition of psychic development was particularly problematic for legions that had integrated such abilities into their fundamental tactical doctrine and organizational structure. The enforcement mechanisms established to monitor compliance with the new restrictions created additional tensions by introducing surveillance and oversight systems that undermined the trust and autonomy that had previously characterized relationships between the emperor and his sons. Primarchs who had enjoyed virtually unlimited authority within their own domains now found themselves subject to inspection and evaluation by officials whose understanding of their operational requirements was necessarily limited. These developments provided additional evidence for the arguments that Horus and his allies had been developing about the emperor's transformation from beloved father figure to distant autocrat whose policies were increasingly disconnected from the practical realities of galactic conquest. The Council of Nicaea became a symbol of the growing gap between central authority and field commanders who possessed the experience and expertise necessary to understand what approaches would actually prove effective. The psychological impact of these changes on individual Space Marines was profound and lasting. Warriors who had dedicated their lives to perfecting psychic abilities found themselves classified as potential threats to Imperial security. Their specialized knowledge and training suddenly deemed dangerous rather than valuable. The sense of betrayal and abandonment that resulted from this transformation provided fertile ground for the alternative perspectives that Erebus and his allies continued to promote through the Lodge networks. The aftermath of Nicaea also revealed the extent to which the conspiracy had already penetrated Imperial command structures at multiple levels. The speed with which alternative communication networks were established to circumvent official channels suggested preparation and coordination that had been developing for years rather than months. The sophistication of the resistance to Imperial directives indicated planning capabilities that exceeded anything that should have been possible for spontaneous opposition movements. Intelligence reports reaching Terra began to include references to organized networks of dissent that operated across multiple expeditionary fleets and incorporated personnel from different branches of Imperial service. These reports were initially dismissed as routine security concerns that could be addressed through conventional counterintelligence measures, but the scope and coordination of the activities described suggested something far more serious than isolated incidents of insubordination. The word bearer's role in coordinating these developments was becoming increasingly apparent to Imperial observers who possessed the analytical capabilities and institutional perspective necessary to recognize the patterns emerging across different operational theaters. The X-50 Legion's personnel had been systematically placed in positions where they could influence key decision-makers and shape the development of philosophical discussions within Lodge systems throughout the Crusade forces. Lorgar Aurelian's own transformation had been proceeding along lines parallel to, but distinct from Horus's corruption, driven by his long-standing disagreement with Imperial policies regarding religion and spiritual development. The word-bearer's Primarch had never fully accepted the Emperor's rejection of supernatural belief, viewing the Imperial truth as an incomplete understanding of human nature that ignored essential aspects of consciousness and meaning. The convergence between Lorgar's spiritual concerns and Horus's strategic innovations created a powerful alliance that combined ideological sophistication with practical military capability. The word-bearers provided the theological and philosophical frameworks necessary to justify rebellion against imperial authority, while the sons of Horus contributed the tactical expertise and command authority required to transform philosophical opposition into effective military action. The alliance was further strengthened by the recruitment of other disaffected primarchs whose own grievances with imperial policy could be channeled towards support for the emerging rebellion. Angron's rage against the limitations imposed on World Eater combat methods found validation in arguments about individual autonomy and the right to cultural self-determination. Perturbo's resentment over thankless assignments and lack of recognition was addressed through promises of greater authority and respect within a restructured imperial hierarchy. The timetable for active rebellion was driven by intelligence indicating that the Emperor's withdrawal from Crusade leadership was not simply a matter of delegation to capable subordinates, but preparation for projects that would fundamentally alter the balance of power within the Imperium. The Webway project represented just one component of a larger transformation that would eliminate the autonomy and independence that the Primarchs had enjoyed throughout their careers. More immediately threatening were indications that imperial policy was shifting toward greater centralization and standardization that would eliminate the flexibility and local adaptation that had made the Crusade so successful. The Council of Nicaea had demonstrated the Emperor's willingness to override the judgment of his sons when their approaches conflicted with his vision of proper doctrine and procedure, establishing precedents that promised to extend centralized control to areas that had previously been left to Primarch discretion. The Isstvan system offered an opportunity that might not arise again for years or decades. The deployment of multiple legions to a single operational area would provide cover for the level of coordination required to launch a successful rebellion, while the distance from Terra would minimize the risk of immediate imperial response. The strategic value of the system made it a plausible target for a major compliance operation, allowing the conspirators to position their forces without arousing suspicion about their true intentions. The decision to proceed with active rebellion represented the culmination of months of careful planning and psychological preparation that had transformed philosophical disagreement into practical conspiracy. The Primarchs who committed to this course of action had convinced themselves that they were acting to preserve the true spirit of the Great Crusade against corruption and betrayal by the very authority figures who had originally inspired their loyalty. The irony was that their noble intentions would lead to the greatest catastrophe in human history, but that recognition lay in a future that none of them could clearly perceive. In the present moment, surrounded by evidence that supported their analysis and motivated by genuine concern for humanity's welfare, the path toward rebellion seemed not just reasonable, but heroic. The stage was set for betrayal on a scale that would reshape the galaxy, orchestrated by beings who believed they were saving the civilization they were about to destroy. The rising threat that Imperial intelligence services had begun to detect was already beyond containment, driven by forces and motivations that exceeded the understanding of even the most sophisticated analysis. The greatest war in human history was about to begin, initiated by the Emperor's own sons in the name of the very ideals he had taught them to cherish. The preparations for Isstvan III required a level of deception and coordination that pushed the conspirators beyond any moral boundaries they had previously maintained. The operation demanded the systematic betrayal of their own sons, the Space Marines who had served them with absolute loyalty and unquestioning devotion throughout decades of conquest and brotherhood. The psychological cost of this betrayal would prove devastating to even the superhuman psyches of the Primarchs who authorized it. Horus approached the planning with the same methodical precision that had made him the most successful military commander in Imperial history. But the objectives were now inverted in ways that would have horrified his earlier self. Instead of seeking to preserve the lives of his warriors and achieve victory with minimal casualties, he was designing an operation that would deliberately sacrifice loyal elements within his own forces to eliminate opposition to his evolving vision of humanity's future. The selection process for determining which Space Marines would be deployed to the planet's surface required intimate knowledge of individual loyalties and philosophical orientations that could only have been gathered through months of careful observation and psychological evaluation. Lodge members who had demonstrated receptivity to the new perspectives would remain aboard the fleet, while those who maintained unwavering commitment to traditional Imperial doctrine would be marked for elimination. Captain Garviel Loken found himself designated for surface deployment, despite his seniority and tactical expertise, a decision that he initially interpreted as recognition of his capabilities rather than condemnation for his continuing loyalty. His conversations with other officers selected for the mission revealed similar patterns, as the most principled and traditionally minded Space Marines from multiple legions were systematically assigned to ground operations that would place them in maximum danger. The logistical challenges of coordinating the betrayal across 4 different legions required unprecedented levels of inter-unit cooperation and communication that should have triggered security alerts within Imperial intelligence systems. The fact that these activities proceeded without detection demonstrated the extent to which the conspiracy had compromised normal oversight mechanisms and established alternative channels for sensitive coordination. Erebus played a crucial role in facilitating communication between the different Primarchs and their staff officers. His status as a word-bearer chaplain providing cover for meetings and discussions that would have seemed suspicious if conducted through normal military channels. His theological expertise proved valuable in developing the ideological frameworks necessary to justify the coming betrayal to warriors who had been trained to value honor and loyalty above all other considerations. The philosophical arguments developed during this period represented sophisticated applications of moral reasoning that transformed treachery into virtue through careful manipulation of language and concepts. The loyal Space Marines, marked for elimination, were portrayed not as brothers deserving of protection, but as obstacles to humanity's spiritual evolution, whose removal was necessary for the greater good. These rationalizations were not crude propaganda designed to deceive the masses, but sophisticated intellectual constructs that could satisfy the analytical capabilities of genetically enhanced warriors whose intelligence exceeded normal human standards. The conspirators had to convince themselves as much as their followers that the actions they were contemplating represented moral necessity rather than simple betrayal. The transformation of Fulgrim provided perhaps the most dramatic example of how completely the corruption had altered fundamental loyalties and relationships within the Primarch Brotherhood. The Emperor's children had once epitomized the pursuit of perfection in all endeavors, seeking to honor their gene father through achievement of excellence that reflected the highest ideals of human potential. Fulgrim's fall began with exposure to Xenos artifacts, recovered during the compliance of Leren, a world inhabited by beings whose entire civilization was devoted to the pursuit of sensory experience and artistic expression. The artifacts appeared to be examples of alien craftsmanship that achieved levels of aesthetic perfection previously thought impossible, incorporating design principles and artistic concepts that challenged human understanding of beauty and meaning. The Primarch's attempt to study and understand these alien achievements opened psychological vulnerabilities that had been carefully cultivated through his exposure to lodged discussions and philosophical frameworks that questioned the limitations of imperial doctrine. His pursuit of perfection, once channeled toward worthy objectives that served the common good, was gradually redirected toward goals that prioritized personal satisfaction over collective welfare. The Daemon Sword, discovered among the Leia artifacts, represented the culmination of this corruption process, providing Fulgrim with capabilities that seemed to validate his evolving understanding of what perfection might actually entail. The blade enhanced his already superhuman abilities, while simultaneously deepening his psychological dependence on the entities that had crafted it, creating feedback loops that accelerated his departure from anything resembling his original nature. The Emperor's children, who observed their Primarch's transformation, found themselves caught between loyalty to their gene father and growing awareness that something fundamental had changed about his character and objectives. Veterans who had served under Fulgrim for decades struggled to reconcile the being they now encountered with the leader who had once inspired them to achieve greatness through dedication and self-sacrifice. Similar transformation processes were occurring within the other legions marked for rebellion, though each followed patterns adapted to the specific psychological profiles and cultural traditions of different Primarchs. Angron's corruption built upon his existing rage and resentment, channeling his fury toward targets that served the conspirators' agenda, while simultaneously providing him with supernatural enhancements that exceeded even his considerable natural capabilities. The World Eater's Primarch had always struggled with the neural implants that had been forced upon him during his gladiatorial career, devices that amplified his aggressive instincts while simultaneously causing constant pain and psychological distress. The entities behind the corruption offered him relief from this suffering in exchange for services that seemed to align with his existing desire to strike back at authority figures who had failed to protect him from exploitation and abuse. Mortarian's fall followed different patterns that reflected his particular combination of stoic endurance and deep-seated resentment toward beings who wielded supernatural powers over others. The Death Guard Primarch had spent his youth fighting against necromantic tyrants who used their abilities to dominate and exploit normal humans, experiences that had shaped his fundamental opposition to any form of supernatural authority. The corruption of Mortarion required convincing him that the Emperor represented exactly the type of psychic despot that he had dedicated his life to opposing, while simultaneously offering him access to powers that could be used to protect ordinary humans from similar exploitation. The philosophical frameworks developed by the conspirators portrayed the rebellion as a defensive action against tyranny rather than an aggressive assault on legitimate authority. Perturbo's recruitment reflected his particular vulnerabilities around recognition and respect, emotions that had been systematically undermined through assignments that emphasized thankless siege warfare over the more glamorous conquest operations allocated to other legions. The Iron Warrior's Primarch had begun to interpret these assignments as evidence of deliberate slight rather than practical necessity, creating resentment that could be channeled toward opposition to imperial authority. The promise of greater autonomy and recognition within a restructured imperial hierarchy appealed to Perturbo's sense of justice, while simultaneously validating his growing conviction that he had been systematically undervalued by the existing command structure. The corruption process built upon his legitimate grievances, while gradually expanding them into justifications for actions that exceeded any reasonable response to the problems he had actually experienced. The coordination required to synchronize these individual corruption processes across multiple legions and primarchs demonstrated planning capabilities that exceeded anything previously seen in human history. The entities behind the conspiracy possessed understanding of Space Marine psychology and Primarch personalities that could only have been developed through decades of careful observation and analysis. The timetable for the Isstvan operation was driven by intelligence, indicating that imperial authorities were beginning to recognize patterns in the reports they were receiving from multiple operational theaters. The window of opportunity for achieving strategic surprise was closing rapidly, making immediate action necessary despite the risks associated with incomplete preparation and coordination. The Life Eater virus selected for the initial bombardment represented technology that violated fundamental imperial principles regarding the preservation of human life and the protection of civilian populations. The decision to employ such weapons against their own forces demonstrated how completely the conspirators had abandoned the values and objectives that had originally motivated their service to the Emperor. The virus itself was a relic of Dark Age technology that had been preserved within Mechanicum archives, despite explicit prohibitions against the development or deployment of biological weapons. Access to such restricted materials required cooperation from Mechanicum elements who had been recruited to the conspiracy through arguments about technological freedom and the right to pursue knowledge without artificial limitations imposed by fearful authorities. The psychological preparation required to authorize the use of Life Eater virus against loyal Space Marines pushed the conspirators beyond the point of no return in ways that made subsequent reconciliation impossible. The magnitude of the betrayal they were contemplating exceeded anything that could be forgiven or forgotten, regardless of their motivations or ultimate objectives. The final briefings conducted aboard the flagship vessels revealed the emotional toll that the conspiracy had taken on even its most committed supporters. Primarchs who had once displayed unwavering confidence now showed signs of strain and uncertainty that reflected the psychological cost of betraying everything they had once held sacred. Horus himself appeared to have aged decades in the months since his transformation began, his features bearing the weight of responsibilities and knowledge that exceeded anything he had previously been required to bear. The easy confidence and infectious enthusiasm that had made him so effective as a leader had been replaced by grim determination that acknowledged the necessity of actions that brought no joy or satisfaction. The moment of final commitment came with the order to commence bombardment operations against the planet's surface, where tens of thousands of loyal Space Marines were conducting what they believed to be a routine compliance operation. The betrayal was total and absolute, transforming the greatest heroes of human civilization into the architects of its destruction. Yet for the conspirators themselves, this moment represented not the beginning of evil, but the culmination of a moral crusade that they believed would save humanity from spiritual slavery and cultural extinction. The tragedy was that their noble intentions were based on carefully crafted deceptions that had convinced them to destroy the very civilization they sought to preserve. The die was cast, and there would be no turning back from the path that led toward the greatest war in galactic history. The skies above Isstvan III burned with unnatural fire as the Life-Eater virus descended from orbit in a cascade of death that would forever stain the honor of the Space Marine legions. The loyal warriors fighting on the planet's surface had no warning of what was coming, no comprehension that their own gene fathers had authorized their destruction in service of goals they could never have understood or accepted. Captain Garviel Loken watched the first wave of viral bombs impact across the Coral City's industrial districts, with the tactical awareness of a veteran Space Marine officer, initially interpreting the bombardment as misdirected fire from orbital support batteries. The possibility that the attack was deliberate never entered his calculations, as such an action would have violated every principle of honor and brotherhood that defined the Astartes' way of war. The realization came slowly, building from initial confusion through growing horror to final understanding that transformed everything. Loken thought he knew about loyalty, duty, and the nature of the war they had been fighting. The bombardment patterns were too precise to be accidental, the targeting too systematic to represent simple mechanical failure or navigational error. Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children was among the first to grasp the full implications of what was happening. His tactical acumen, allowing him to recognize the signature characteristics of Life-Eater deployment, despite his lack of direct experience with such forbidden weapons. His desperate attempts to warn other ground commanders met with disbelief and denial, as the magnitude of the betrayal exceeded anything that seasoned warriors could accept as possible. The virus itself was merciless in its efficiency, designed to consume all biological matter it encountered while leaving infrastructure and equipment intact for subsequent occupation by forces that possessed appropriate protective equipment. The death it brought was neither quick nor clean, as victims experienced complete cellular breakdown while retaining consciousness long enough to understand what was happening to them. The Space Marines' enhanced physiology provided some protection against the weapon's effects, their modified metabolism and redundant organ systems allowing them to survive exposure that would have killed normal humans instantly. But survival came at the cost of witnessing the complete destruction of any unprotected human population that had remained on the planet, including civilian workers, administrative personnel, and Imperial army units that lacked sealed environmental systems. The psychological impact of experiencing such betrayal was devastating to warriors whose entire existence had been built around concepts of brotherhood, loyalty, and mutual protection. The realization that their own primarchs had authorized their murder shattered fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality and their place within the larger imperial hierarchy. Tarvitz's warning to the loyalist forces came too late to prevent the initial bombardment, but provided crucial minutes that allowed some survivors to reach protective shelter or sealed environments that could filter out the viral contamination. The improvised defensive measures were barely adequate to preserve life, but they offered hope that resistance might be possible, despite the overwhelming advantage that orbital control provided to the traitors. The Loyalist response to the betrayal revealed the true character of the Space Marines who had been marked for elimination. Rather than succumbing to despair or seeking individual survival, they immediately began organizing collective resistance efforts that prioritized the protection of any remaining civilians and the coordination of military action against forces that had once been their brothers. Captain Loken assumed informal command of the Lunar Wolves survivors, his leadership experience and tactical knowledge providing the foundation for resistance efforts that drew personnel from multiple legions into unified opposition to the treachery they had experienced. The bonds of brotherhood that had been intended to die with them instead became the basis for a new kind of loyalty that transcended legion boundaries and genetic inheritance. The Emperor's Children contingent led by Tarvitz brought specialized expertise in urban warfare and defensive operations that proved crucial for establishing strongholds capable of withstanding sustained bombardment and assault by superior forces. Their pursuit of tactical perfection, once directed toward achieving flawless execution of offensive operations, was now channeled toward creating defensive systems that could maximize the effectiveness of limited resources and personnel. The World Eater's loyalists contributed savage determination and close-quarters combat expertise that would prove essential when the ground assault phase of the operation began. Their Berserker training, originally designed to break enemy morale through displays of overwhelming aggression, was adapted to defensive purposes that used controlled fury to hold positions against superior numbers. The Death Guard survivors provided the stoic endurance and chemical expertise necessary to operate in an environment contaminated by weapons that continued to pose threats long after their initial deployment. Their experience with toxic warfare and hazardous environments allowed them to establish safe zones where loyalist forces could regroup and plan counterattacks. The coordination achieved between these diverse elements demonstrated the fundamental unity that had originally made the Space Marine legions such effective instruments of imperial expansion. Despite their different tactical specializations and cultural traditions, the Loyalist forces integrated seamlessly into a fighting force that exceeded the sum of its individual components. The traitor response to surviving Loyalist resistance revealed how completely the corruption had transformed former brothers into enemies who viewed their previous comrades as obstacles to be eliminated rather than fellow warriors deserving of respect and honor. The ground assault operations that followed the viral bombardment were conducted with a brutality that would have been unthinkable during the era of unified Legion cooperation. Horus coordinated the surface operations from orbit with the same tactical brilliance that had made him the most successful commander in Imperial history. But his objectives were now inverted in ways that transformed military genius into an instrument of fratricide. Every capability that had once been used to protect Imperial forces was now turned toward their destruction. The Warmaster's transformation was complete by this point. his decision-making processes so thoroughly corrupted that he could authorize the systematic murder of his own sons without apparent emotional distress. The being who had once taken personal responsibility for every casualty suffered by forces under his command now treated loyal Space Marines as expendable resources whose elimination served larger strategic objectives. The siege of the Loyalist strongholds that emerged from the initial chaos of the bombardment developed into a grinding war of attrition that consumed weeks and ultimately months of constant fighting. The traitor forces possessed overwhelming advantages in numbers, equipment, and orbital support, but the Loyalists fought with desperate determination that extracted maximum cost for every meter of ground lost. The urban environment of the Coral City provided defensive opportunities that allowed smaller forces to achieve tactical parity with larger formations through superior knowledge of local terrain and careful positioning of limited heavy weapons. The Loyalists adapted civilian infrastructure for military purposes, creating interlocking fields of fire and fallback positions that maximized the effectiveness of their dwindling personnel and ammunition supplies. The psychological warfare, conducted alongside the physical combat, revealed the ideological foundations underlying the rebellion in ways that the initial betrayal had not. Traitor forces attempted to convince Loyalist survivors that their resistance was futile and their continued loyalty misplaced, arguing that the Emperor's vision of human destiny was fundamentally flawed and required correction by those with superior understanding of cosmic realities. These arguments were presented with sophisticated philosophical reasoning that drew upon the same intellectual frameworks that had been developed within the Lodge systems to justify the original rebellion. The traitors genuinely believed that they could convince their former brothers through logical persuasion, demonstrating the extent to which they had internalized rationalizations for their actions. The Loyalist response to these ideological appeals revealed the fundamental character differences that had led to their selection for elimination in the first place. Rather than engaging with abstract philosophical arguments about cosmic destiny and spiritual evolution, they focused on practical considerations of honor, duty, and loyalty to comrades who had trusted them with their lives. The theological dimension of the conflict became increasingly apparent as the siege progressed and traitor forces began deploying capabilities that operated according to supernatural rather than technological principles. The appearance of daemonic entities fighting alongside corrupted Space Marines forced Loyalist survivors to confront realities that Imperial doctrine had dismissed as primitive superstition, incompatible with rational materialism. The horror of witnessing former brothers transformed into creatures that retained human intelligence while manifesting clearly inhuman characteristics provided the most visceral demonstration of what the rebellion actually represented. These were not political disagreements or strategic disputes that could be resolved through negotiation and compromise, but fundamental corruption that had altered the essential nature of those it had touched. The Loyalist forces adapted to these supernatural threats with the same pragmatic flexibility that had allowed them to survive the initial betrayal, developing tactics and procedures that could address enemies operating according to principles beyond normal military understanding. Their success in maintaining resistance despite facing impossible odds demonstrated the inherent strength of the values and traditions they were defending. The arrival of reinforcements from Terra represented hope for rescue and vindication that sustained Loyalist morale through the darkest periods of the siege. Intelligence reports indicated that word of the rebellion had reached Imperial authorities and that response forces were being assembled to address the crisis. However, the Loyalists could not have known that these reinforcements were walking into a trap even more elaborate than the one that had already consumed Isstvan III. The conspiracy extended far beyond the forces present at the initial betrayal, encompassing elements that had been positioned to eliminate any Imperial response before it could become effective. The true scope of the rebellion was about to be revealed in ways that would demonstrate the futility of hope for salvation through conventional Imperial intervention. The war that had begun with the betrayal of a single planet was expanding into a galactic conflict that would consume everything the Loyalists had believed in and fought to preserve. Yet their resistance on Isstvan III had already achieved a victory more significant than any tactical objective, demonstrating that corruption was not inevitable and that the fundamental values of honor, loyalty, and brotherhood could survive even the most devastating betrayals. The example they set would inspire resistance throughout the coming war, providing proof that the Imperial cause was worth defending, regardless of the cost. The response fleet dispatched from Terra to address the Isstvan crisis represented the finest elements of Imperial military might, assembled with unprecedented speed and equipped with resources that reflected the gravity of the situation. 7 legions committed their strength to what Imperial command believed would be a straightforward operation to crush a localized rebellion and restore order to a strategically important system. Ferrus Manus led the expedition with characteristic determination, the Iron Hands Primarch's tactical acumen and unwavering loyalty, making him the natural choice for a mission that required both military competence and absolute commitment to Imperial authority. His reputation for completing assigned objectives, regardless of personal cost, had been established through decades of successful campaigns against the most formidable enemies humanity had encountered. The Gorgon's analysis of the intelligence reports suggested that the rebellion was limited to elements within 4 legions that had been corrupted through exposure to Xeno's influence or ideological contamination that could be addressed through decisive military action. The systematic betrayal of loyal forces on Isstvan III was interpreted as evidence of desperation rather than careful planning, suggesting that the traitors lacked the resources and coordination necessary for sustained resistance. Vulcan of the Salamanders brought expertise in siege warfare and urban combat that would prove essential for liberating the Loyalist survivors, still holding defensive positions within the Coral City. His legion's emphasis on protection of civilian populations and preservation of infrastructure aligned perfectly with the mission's humanitarian objectives, while their technological capabilities provided additional options for dealing with fortified positions. Corax of the Raven Guard contributed specialized knowledge of guerrilla warfare and rapid deployment tactics that could be used to establish beachheads on hostile terrain while minimizing casualties among the rescue forces. His experience with asymmetric conflicts had demonstrated the effectiveness of precisely applied force against numerically superior enemies, lessons that seemed directly applicable to the current situation. The massive fleet that assembled for the Isstvan operation represented a concentration of Imperial naval power that exceeded anything deployed during the Great Crusade's most ambitious campaigns. Battleships and cruisers from multiple sectors converged on the system, their combined firepower sufficient to reduce entire worlds to ash if conventional suppression measures proved inadequate. The confidence that permeated the expedition's leadership was based on rational assessment of their capabilities relative to the forces they expected to encounter. The traitor legions had suffered significant casualties during their betrayal operations, while the loyalist response force remained at full strength with complete access to Imperial logistics and reinforcement capabilities. Intelligence estimates suggested that the rebellion was motivated by personal grievances and ideological disputes that could be addressed through negotiation. Once military pressure had eliminated the most radical elements, the possibility that the conspiracy extended beyond the forces present at Isstvan was considered but dismissed as unlikely, given the speed with which the response had been organized. The approach to the Isstvan system proceeded according to standard Imperial doctrine for large-scale compliance operations, with advanced scouts conducting reconnaissance while the main fleet maintained formation to prevent premature engagement with potentially hostile forces. The absence of significant orbital defenses was interpreted as evidence that the traitors lacked the resources necessary for sustained resistance. Contact with loyalist survivors on the planet's surface confirmed that organized resistance was continuing despite months of siege warfare and increasingly desperate conditions. The reports from ground commanders provided tactical intelligence about traitor positions and capabilities, while simultaneously demonstrating the courage and determination that had allowed isolated forces to maintain cohesion in the face of overwhelming opposition. The orbital bombardment that preceded the main assault was designed to eliminate traitor strongholds while preserving infrastructure and avoiding civilian casualties wherever possible. The precision required for such operations demanded careful coordination between naval gunners and ground spotters, creating communication requirements that should have revealed any organized deception being conducted by hostile forces. The landing zones selected for the initial assault had been cleared through systematic bombardment and reconnaissance. Their tactical suitability confirmed through analysis of terrain features and enemy positions that appeared to offer optimal conditions for establishing secure beachheads. The absence of significant resistance during the deployment phase was interpreted as evidence that the bombardment had achieved its intended objectives. Ferrus Manus led the Iron Hands into combat with characteristic aggression, his personal presence on the battlefield serving to inspire maximum effort from his warriors, while simultaneously demonstrating his confidence in their ultimate victory. The Primarch's tactical awareness had been honed through decades of experience against enemies who possessed sophisticated defensive capabilities and advanced technology. The initial engagements proceeded according to Imperial expectations, with loyalist forces achieving tactical objectives and advancing toward their assigned targets with minimal casualties. The traitor resistance was organized and determined, but appeared to lack the coordination and resources necessary to prevent determined assault by superior forces. The revelation of the trap's true scope came not through gradual recognition of tactical indicators, but through sudden and devastating bombardment from orbital positions that should have been controlled by Imperial forces. The second wave of legions that had been held in reserve for the assault revealed their true allegiance through coordinated strikes that caught the loyalist forces in prepared killing zones. The Iron Warriors under Perturabo demonstrated their mastery of siege warfare by creating interlocking fields of fire that channeled advancing loyalist forces into predetermined engagement areas, where superior numbers and prepared positions provided overwhelming tactical advantages. The precision of their positioning and timing indicated planning that had been conducted over months rather than days. Alpha Legion infiltration specialists had established concealed observation posts and communication relays throughout the landing zones, providing real-time intelligence about loyalist movements and intentions that allowed traitor forces to maintain tactical initiative, despite appearing to be on the defensive. Their reconnaissance capabilities had been systematically underestimated by Imperial planners who had not anticipated such sophisticated deception operations. Night Lord's terror tactics were employed to maximum psychological effect, creating confusion and communication breakdown among loyalist forces that found themselves fighting enemies who possessed intimate knowledge of their deployment plans and tactical procedures. The systematic nature of the night fighting demonstrated coordination that exceeded anything that should have been possible for spontaneous opposition forces. Word-bearers, coordination elements, provided the ideological framework and communication systems necessary to maintain unity among diverse traitor factions whose natural inclinations and tactical preferences would normally have created coordination problems. Their chaplains and liaison officers ensured that competing objectives and methodological disagreements did not interfere with the execution of the overall battle plan. The massacre that followed was methodical and complete, with loyalist forces systematically eliminated through application of superior numbers, better positioning, and perfect intelligence about their capabilities and intentions. The tactical brilliance that had made the Imperial response force so formidable was turned against them through intimate knowledge of their methods and procedures. Ferrus Manius fought with the fury of a demigod betrayed, his personal combat capabilities allowing him to carve through enemy formations that would have stopped entire companies of normal space marines. The Gorgon's tactical awareness remained sharp, even in the chaos of the ambush, as he attempted to organize surviving elements into defensive formations that could extract maximum cost from the traitors seeking their destruction. The duel between Ferrus and Fulgrim represented the personal dimension of the larger betrayal, as former brothers who had shared decades of friendship and mutual respect now sought each other's destruction in service of incompatible visions of humanity's destiny. The combat transcended normal physical confrontation to encompass ideological conflict that could only be resolved through the complete elimination of one perspective or the other. Fulgrim's transformation had progressed to the point where his original personality was barely recognizable beneath layers of supernatural enhancement and corruption that had optimized his capabilities for destruction rather than creation. The pursuit of perfection that had once made him an inspiration for human achievement had been perverted into obsession with dominance that could only be satisfied through the subjugation or elimination of all potential rivals. The death of Ferrus Manius marked the end of any possibility for reconciliation between the loyalist and traitor factions, as the murder of a Primarch by his own brother eliminated any remaining hope that the conflict could be resolved through negotiation or compromise. The magnitude of the betrayal exceeded anything that could be forgiven or forgotten, regardless of the motivations or ultimate objectives of those responsible. Vulcan's survival of the initial massacre was achieved through a combination of tactical brilliance, personal resilience, and pure fortune that allowed him to rally scattered elements of loyalist forces into a fighting retreat that prevented complete annihilation. The Salamander's Primarch's expertise in defensive operations provided the foundation for organized resistance that extracted maximum casualties from pursuing traitor forces. Corax's escape from the killing ground demonstrated the specialized capabilities that had made the Raven Guard so effective during asymmetric campaigns, as his knowledge of stealth and evasion allowed him to avoid the systematic elimination efforts that consumed most of the Loyalist expedition. His survival ensured that accurate intelligence about the scope and nature of the betrayal would reach Imperial authorities. The strategic implications of the Isstvan disaster extended far beyond the immediate loss of 7 legions worth of Space Marine personnel and equipment. The revelation that the conspiracy included Primarchs who had been considered absolutely loyal demonstrated that the corruption extended to the highest levels of Imperial command and could not be addressed through conventional military responses. The intelligence gathered during the massacre revealed planning capabilities and coordination systems that indicated preparation, extending back months or possibly years before the initial betrayal. The sophistication of the deception operations and the precision of the tactical execution suggested organizational capabilities that exceeded anything that should have been possible for localized rebellion or ideological dissent. The psychological impact of the betrayal on surviving Imperial forces was devastating, as the revelation that half the Primarchs had joined the rebellion shattered fundamental assumptions about loyalty, duty, and the stability of the institutions they served. The certainty that had once characterized Imperial expansion was replaced by paranoia and doubt that would affect decision-making throughout the coming conflict. The cascade of revelations that followed the initial disaster demonstrated that the conspiracy extended beyond the military forces directly involved in the rebellion to encompass elements within the Mechanicum, Imperial bureaucracy, and even the solar system itself. The scope of the treachery indicated planning and coordination that challenged every assumption about the security and reliability of Imperial institutions. The war that had begun with betrayal on a single world had revealed itself as a galactic conflict that would test every foundation of human civilization and force choices between incompatible visions of humanity's ultimate destiny. The Siege of Terra represented the culmination of 7 years of galactic civil war, as Horus brought the full might of his corrupted legions to bear against the throne world of the Imperium itself. The solar system had become a fortress in the years following Isstvan, with every planet, moon, and orbital installation transformed into defensive positions designed to extract maximum cost from any invasion force attempting to reach Terra. The outer system defenses had fallen one by one, despite heroic resistance from Imperial Navy elements and solar auxiliary regiments that fought with desperate courage against overwhelming odds. Pluto's fortress guns had held out longer than any strategic analysis had predicted possible, their crews maintaining fire discipline and tactical coordination even as their positions were systematically reduced by bombardment that exceeded anything previously seen in human warfare. The arrival of the traitor fleets at Terra's orbital approaches marked the beginning of the final phase of the rebellion, as Horus positioned his forces for an assault that would either secure his ultimate victory or result in the complete destruction of both sides in the conflict. The Warmaster's transformation was complete by this point, his original personality subsumed beneath layers of corruption that had optimized his capabilities for conquest and domination rather than leadership and protection. Rogel Dawn had spent the intervening years preparing Terra's defenses with characteristic methodical precision, his understanding of fortification and siege warfare providing the foundation for defensive systems that represented the pinnacle of Imperial engineering achievement. The Imperial Fist's Primarch had overseen the transformation of the throne world into the most formidable fortress in galactic history, with multiple defensive rings designed to channel attacking forces into prepared killing zones. The palace itself had been expanded and reinforced to serve as the ultimate stronghold, its walls rising kilometers into Terra's polluted atmosphere, while its foundations extended deep into the planet's bedrock. The defensive works incorporated technologies and design principles that pushed the boundaries of Imperial capability, creating fortifications that could potentially withstand assault by entire Space Marine legions. Jagatai Khan brought the White Scar's expertise in mobile warfare to complement the static defenses that Dawn had constructed. His understanding of rapid deployment and strike tactics providing the foundation for counterattack capabilities that could exploit any weaknesses in the traitor siege lines. The Khan's warriors had spent the war years conducting guerrilla operations behind enemy lines, their experiences providing crucial intelligence about traitor capabilities and methods. Sanguinius represented the spiritual heart of the Imperial defense, his presence serving to inspire maximum effort from defenders who drew strength from their proximity to one of the Emperor's most beloved sons. The Blood Angel's Primarch had become a symbol of everything the Imperium represented, his nobility and sacrifice embodying the ideals that motivated continued resistance despite impossible odds.
The siege operations that followed the initial orbital assault developed according to patterns that had been established during previous traitor campaigns, but the scale and intensity exceeded anything previously witnessed in human warfare. The bombardment from orbit was continuous and systematic, designed to reduce defensive positions while preserving the infrastructure that Horus would need to govern his conquered empire. The Iron Warriors under Perturba brought their mastery of siege warfare to bear against fortifications that represented the ultimate challenge for their specialized capabilities. The systematic reduction of Terra's defensive rings became a personal contest between Perturbo and Dawn, as each Primarch sought to demonstrate the superiority of his approach to warfare through the destruction or preservation of the greatest fortress ever constructed. The World Eaters descended upon Terra's population with the fury of unleashed berserkers, their corruption having progressed to the point where they could no longer distinguish between legitimate military targets and innocent civilians. The systematic slaughter that followed their breakthrough operations represented the complete abandonment of any pretense that the rebellion was motivated by humanitarian concerns or noble ideals. Death Guard chemical warfare specialists deployed weapons that transformed entire districts of the Throne World into toxic wastelands where unprotected human life could not survive. Their expertise in biological and chemical weapons created areas of denial that could not be reclaimed without specialized equipment and extensive decontamination procedures. Emperor's Children, pursuit of sensation and stimulation, led to excesses that exceeded even the brutality displayed by other traitor forces, as their corruption had transformed the pursuit of perfection into obsession with causing maximum suffering and psychological trauma. Their actions served no military purpose beyond the satisfaction of appetites that had been corrupted beyond recognition. The civilian population of Terra
found themselves caught between defending forces that demanded their service and support, and attacking forces that viewed them as obstacles to be eliminated or resources to be exploited. The humanitarian cost of the siege mounted daily as infrastructure collapsed and essential services failed under the pressure of constant warfare. The Emperor's forced abandonment of the Webway project represented a strategic defeat that had implications far beyond the immediate tactical situation, as years of work toward humanity's psychic evolution were sacrificed to address the immediate crisis of the rebellion. The Master of Mankind's emergence from his laboratories marked the end of his isolation, but also demonstrated the extent to which the war had disrupted his long-term plans. Malcador the Sigillite assumed responsibility for maintaining the Golden Throne's functions during the Emperor's absence, his psychic capabilities providing the foundation for continued operation of systems that were essential for Terra's survival. The Regent's sacrifice represented the price that loyal servants were willing to pay to preserve the Imperium's central authority. The breach of the palace's outer walls marked the beginning of the final phase of the siege, as traitor forces penetrated defensive positions that had been considered impregnable by even the most pessimistic strategic assessments. The fighting that followed was conducted at close quarters within the palace's corridors and chambers, where superior numbers and equipment provided less advantage than determination and tactical flexibility. The ultimate gate became the focal point for the defense's final stand, as Sanguinius positioned himself at the critical junction that controlled access to the inner palace and the throne room beyond. The Blood Angel's Primarch's tactical analysis indicated that this position could be held indefinitely, provided he remained alive to coordinate the defense and inspire maximum effort from the Imperial forces under his command. The confrontation between Sanguinius and Horus represented more than tactical necessity or strategic positioning, as the two Primarchs had maintained closer personal relationships than most of their brothers throughout the years of the Great Crusade. Their conflict embodied the personal dimension of the larger war, as former friends and allies sought each other's destruction in service of incompatible visions of humanity's future. Horus's corruption had progressed to the point where his original personality was barely recognizable beneath supernatural enhancements that had optimized his capabilities for destruction and domination. The being who confronted Sanguinius retained a tactical brilliance and strategic insight that had made him the most successful commander in Imperial history, but these capabilities were now directed toward objectives that would have horrified his earlier self. The duel between the two Primarchs transcended normal physical combat to encompass ideological conflict that could only be resolved through the complete elimination of one perspective or the other. Sanguinius fought not just for the immediate tactical objective of holding the gate, but for the preservation of everything that the Imperium represented in terms of human dignity, nobility, and potential for moral greatness. The death of Sanguinius marked the effective end of organized Imperial resistance within the palace, as the loss of the Blood Angel's Primarch eliminated both the tactical coordination and spiritual inspiration that had sustained the defense through months of siege warfare. His sacrifice provided time for final preparations while simultaneously demonstrating the ultimate price that loyalty demanded from those who served the Emperor's vision. The Emperor's teleportation aboard the Vengeful Spirit represented a desperate gamble that abandoned conventional tactical doctrine in favor of direct confrontation with the source of the rebellion's supernatural power. The Master of Mankind's decision to risk personal combat reflected both confidence in his own capabilities and recognition that the war could only be ended through elimination of Horus himself. The boarding action that accompanied the Emperor's assault brought select elements of Imperial forces into the heart of the traitor fleet, where they faced defensive systems and personnel that had been specifically prepared to counter such operations. The fighting within the flagship's corridors and chambers was conducted under conditions that pushed even Space Marine capabilities to their absolute limits. The confrontation between the Emperor and Horus in the ship's command center represented the culmination of the personal and ideological conflicts that had driven the entire war. Father faced son in combat that would determine not just the outcome of the immediate conflict, but the future direction of human civilization throughout the galaxy. The Emperor's reluctance to destroy his beloved son provided the opening that nearly resulted in his own death, as paternal affection conflicted with strategic necessity in ways that compromised his tactical effectiveness. The intervention of Ollanius Paeus demonstrated that even ordinary humans could display courage and sacrifice that exceeded anything expected from genetically enhanced warriors. The final moments of the duel saw the Emperor's recognition that the being who had once been Horus was beyond redemption, that the corruption had consumed everything that had made him worthy of love and loyalty. The psychic assault that followed was designed not just to destroy the Warmaster's physical form, but to obliterate his soul beyond any possibility of resurrection or recovery. The death of Horus marked the effective end of the rebellion as a coordinated military force, as the supernatural influences that had bound the traitor legions together were severed with the destruction of their chosen champion. The withdrawal that followed was driven by practical necessity rather than tactical planning, as individual commanders sought to preserve their forces for future operations rather than continue a war that had lost its primary purpose. The Emperor's mortal wounding in the final confrontation represented a Pyrrhic victory that preserved the Imperium's immediate survival at the cost of its long-term leadership and vision. The installation of the Master of Mankind upon the Golden Throne marked the beginning of a new era, characterized by stagnation and decline, rather than growth and expansion. The price of victory had been the transformation of the Emperor from active leader to silent guardian, his consciousness bound to maintaining systems that were essential for the Imperium's survival, but that prevented his continued involvement in governance and strategic planning. The golden age of human expansion had ended with the preservation of human civilization in a form that bore little resemblance to its original promise and potential. The silence that followed Horus's death was more profound than anything the galaxy had experienced in millennia, as if the very fabric of reality had been stunned by the magnitude of what had transpired aboard the Vengeful Spirit. The psychic shockwave of the Warmaster's obliteration rippled through the warp, severing connections and breaking bonds that had sustained the rebellion's supernatural coordination across countless star systems. The traitor forces surrounding Terra found themselves suddenly bereft of the unifying presence that had held their diverse factions together through 7 years of civil war. Without Horus's charismatic leadership and the supernatural influences that had been channeled through his transformed consciousness, the coalition began to fragment along lines of ideology, personality, and practical self-interest that had been suppressed during the height of the conflict. Abaddon's assumption of leadership over the sons of Horus was challenged immediately by other senior officers who questioned both his authority and his strategic judgment in the wake of their Gene Father's destruction. The first captain's attempts to maintain unit cohesion were complicated by the psychological trauma experienced by warriors who had defined their entire existence through loyalty to a primarch who had been literally erased from existence. The withdrawal from Terra proceeded with less coordination than the initial assault, as individual legion commanders prioritized the preservation of their own forces over collective strategic objectives that no longer seemed achievable or even relevant. The retreat became a race for the system's edge, with faster ships abandoning slower vessels to whatever pursuit the loyalist forces might be able to organize. But Turabau's Iron Warriors conducted their withdrawal with characteristic methodical precision, their expertise in defensive operations providing cover for less organized traitor elements, while simultaneously ensuring their own escape routes remained viable. The Iron Warrior's Primarch's bitter pragmatism served him well during this phase of the conflict, as he recognized earlier than most that the war's outcome had been determined by events beyond any tactical consideration. The World Eater's retreat was marked by the same savage brutality that had characterized their conduct throughout the siege, as Angron's warriors vented their frustration through systematic destruction of infrastructure and civilian populations that served no military purpose. Their behavior demonstrated how completely the corruption had consumed their original nature, transforming noble warriors into mindless engines of destruction. Mortarion led the Death Guard away from Terra with grim determination, his stoic acceptance of defeat reflecting philosophical perspectives that had been shaped by lifetime experience with failure and betrayal. The Death Guard Primarch understood better than most that the retreat represented not just tactical necessity, but the beginning of an exile that might extend across centuries or millennia. Fulgrim's Emperor's children departed in pursuit of sensations and experiences that could not be found within conventional military operations, their corruption having progressed beyond anything resembling traditional martial culture. The pursuit of perfection that had once defined their legion had been perverted into obsession with excess that made them unsuitable for coherent military action. The loyalist pursuit of the retreating traitor forces was hampered by the extent of damage that Terra had sustained during the siege, as critical infrastructure and command systems required immediate attention to prevent complete societal collapse. The Imperial Fists found themselves divided between military objectives and humanitarian responsibilities that demanded resources they could not spare. Jagatai Khan's White Scars were among the few Imperial forces capable of rapid pursuit operations, but their numbers were insufficient to prevent the escape of traitor elements that possessed functional void shields and warp drives. The Khan's warriors inflicted significant casualties on rearguard formations, but could not achieve the decisive engagement that might have eliminated entire traitor legions. The Emperor's installation upon the Golden Throne proceeded under emergency conditions that reflected both the urgency of his medical situation and the critical importance of maintaining the psychic beacon that guided Imperial navigation throughout the galaxy. The life support systems that sustained his failing body were jury-rigged from components that had been designed for entirely different purposes. Malcador the Sigillite's death during the transition marked the end of an era in Imperial governance, as the Regent's passing eliminated the last direct link to the Emperor's original vision and the administrative systems that had guided the Great Crusade. His sacrifice demonstrated the price that loyal servants were willing to pay to preserve the Imperium's continued existence. The establishment of the High Lords of Terra as a governing council represented an attempt to maintain imperial administration despite the Emperor's incapacitation. But the new system lacked the unified direction and visionary leadership that had characterized the previous regime. The fragmentation of authority among multiple institutions created opportunities for bureaucratic inefficiency and political maneuvering that would plague the Imperium for millennia. Robert Guilliman's return to Terra with the Ultramarines provided essential reinforcement for the devastated throne world. But his arrival came too late to influence the siege's outcome and too early to prevent the administrative chaos that followed the Emperor's enthronement. The Ultramarines Primarch found himself assuming responsibilities that extended far beyond military command to encompass governance and reconstruction. The Codex Astartes that Guilliman developed during this period represented both practical necessity and philosophical evolution, as the Ultramarines Primarch sought to prevent future rebellions while preserving the combat effectiveness that had made the Space Marines so formidable. The division of the legions into smaller chapters was designed to eliminate the concentration of power that had made the heresy possible. The resistance to Guilliman's reforms demonstrated the extent to which the war had traumatized even loyal Primarchs, as Leman Russ and other survivors questioned whether the proposed changes would strengthen or weaken the Imperium's military capabilities. The debate over chapter organization reflected deeper disagreements about the lessons that should be learned from the rebellion's near success. The second founding of the Space Marines proceeded despite these philosophical disagreements, as practical necessity demanded organizational changes that could address the security vulnerabilities revealed by the war. The creation of successor chapters provided opportunities for promotion and leadership that helped maintain morale among veterans who had lost their Primarchs during the conflict. The psychological impact of the war's conclusion was most severe among Imperial forces that had witnessed the true scope of the corruption and the supernatural influences that had driven the rebellion. The revelation that chaos existed as a conscious force actively opposed to human civilization required fundamental revisions to Imperial doctrine and strategic planning. The suppression of information about demonic involvement in the rebellion reflected both security concerns and genuine uncertainty about how such knowledge might affect Imperial morale and stability. The decision to classify supernatural elements as state secrets created information gaps that would complicate future responses to similar threats. The Inquisition's establishment as an organization dedicated to hunting heresy and corruption represented recognition that conventional military and administrative systems were inadequate for addressing threats that operated according to supernatural rather than material principles. The new institution's broad authority and secretive methods reflected the desperate nature of the security challenges facing the post-war Imperium. The Grey Knight's creation as a specialized Space Marine chapter dedicated to combating demonic threats demonstrated the Emperor's final preparations for conflicts that would extend far beyond the immediate crisis of the heresy. The new chapter's recruitment and training methods were designed to produce warriors capable of operating in environments where conventional tactics and equipment would prove inadequate. The economic and demographic costs of the war were staggering in scope and would require centuries to address through even the most optimistic reconstruction programs. Entire sectors had been depopulated through warfare and systematic destruction, while crucial industrial capabilities had been eliminated through targeted attacks on forge worlds and manufacturing centers. The loss of Space Marine gene seed during the war represented a strategic catastrophe that would affect Imperial military capabilities for millennia, as the techniques for creating new Astartes were dependent upon genetic material that had been severely depleted through combat losses and the corruption of traitor legions. The survival of loyalist legion cultures was endangered by the casualties suffered during the war, and the organizational changes imposed by the Second Founding, as traditional practices and institutional knowledge were threatened by the need to integrate survivors from different backgrounds and specializations. The reconstruction of Terra itself became a symbolic priority that consumed resources needed for addressing damage throughout the Imperium, but the political necessity of demonstrating Imperial resilience outweighed purely practical considerations of resource allocation and strategic planning. The establishment of new trade routes and communication networks was hampered by continued insecurity in sectors where traitor forces remained active, creating economic disruption that affected civilian populations who had not been directly involved in the military conflict. The religious revival that followed the war's conclusion reflected both genuine spiritual hunger among populations that had witnessed apocalyptic events and deliberate encouragement by authorities who recognized the potential value of faith as a unifying force in a fractured empire. The Lectitio Divinatus and other religious texts gained increasing influence despite their contradiction of imperial truth, as populations sought meaning and comfort in belief systems that offered explanations for suffering and sacrifice that secular rationalism could not provide. The transformation of the emperor from political leader to religious figure began during this period, as his installation upon the Golden Throne created the physical conditions necessary for the development of worship practices that would eventually encompass the entire Imperium. The seeds of the future Imperium's character were planted during these immediate post-war years, as emergency measures and temporary expedients became permanent features of a civilization that had been traumatized beyond its capacity for recovery to its original condition. The Great Scouring that followed the heresy's immediate aftermath transformed from organized military campaign into a centuries-long crusade of vengeance that would reshape the fundamental character of imperial civilization. What began as necessary pursuit of retreating traitor forces evolved into systematic persecution of anyone suspected of harboring sympathies for the rebellion or its underlying ideologies. Guilliman's strategic coordination of the Loyalist response established patterns of investigation and punishment that would persist long after the immediate security threats had been addressed. The Ultramarines' Primarch's methodical approach to rooting out corruption created administrative frameworks that institutionalized suspicion and surveillance as permanent features of imperial governance. The purging of imperial institutions extended far beyond obvious military targets to encompass civilian administrators, mechanicum adepts, and even Astra Telepathica personnel whose loyalty had been compromised or questioned during the war years. The scope of these operations reflected growing recognition that the corruption had penetrated every level of imperial society. The development of new loyalty testing procedures and psychological evaluation methods was driven by desperate need to prevent future infiltration by corrupting influences that operated below the threshold of conventional detection. The techniques developed during this period established precedents for intrusive oversight that would characterize imperial administration for millennia. The exile of the traitor legions to the Eye of Terror was initially viewed as temporary containment that would allow time for developing more permanent solutions to the threat they represented. The assumption that isolation would weaken their capabilities and reduce their threat potential proved catastrophically incorrect, as the warp environment enhanced rather than diminished their dangerous abilities. The establishment of fortress worlds and monitoring stations around the Eye of Terror created a cordon that consumed enormous resources while providing only limited security against enemies who could emerge from the warp at unexpected locations. The defensive strategy reflected imperial understanding of conventional threats rather than the supernatural capabilities that the traitors had developed. The Codex Astartes implementation across the surviving loyalist legions proceeded despite resistance from Primarchs who questioned whether organizational changes could address ideological vulnerabilities that had made the corruption possible in the first place. The debate over military reorganization reflected deeper disagreements about the nature of loyalty and the mechanisms necessary to preserve it. Lemon Russ's objections to chapter division were based on practical concerns about combat effectiveness and unit cohesion that proved prescient as smaller formations struggled to achieve the battlefield dominance that full legions had maintained during the Great Crusade. The Space Wolves Primarch's warnings about reduced capability were dismissed as traditionalism rather than strategic insight. Vulcan's disappearance marked the beginning of a pattern of Primarch departures that would leave the Imperium increasingly dependent upon mortal leadership for strategic direction and inspiration. The loss of superhuman guidance contributed to the gradual decline in institutional competence and visionary planning that had characterized the Great Crusade era. The Emperor's transformation from active ruler to passive guardian fundamentally altered the relationship between central authority and regional governance throughout the Imperium. Local officials found themselves operating with unprecedented autonomy while simultaneously facing increased scrutiny for deviation from orthodox doctrine and procedure. The development of the imperial cult as a state religion represented complete abandonment of the imperial truth's rationalist principles in favor of faith-based unity that could motivate collective action without requiring sophisticated understanding of complex political and strategic realities. The theological framework provided simple answers to questions that secular philosophy could not address. The Ministerum's establishment as an official institution reflected recognition that religious belief had become essential for maintaining social cohesion among populations that had witnessed events beyond rational explanation. The Church's growing influence represented pragmatic adaptation to psychological needs that imperial truth had failed to satisfy. The gradual decline of technological capability began during the immediate post-war period, as crucial knowledge was lost through the destruction of Forge worlds and the corruption of Mechanicum personnel. The replacement of innovation with ritual maintenance reflected both practical necessity and theological conviction that change represented potential corruption. The standard template construct systems that had driven imperial expansion were systematically destroyed or hidden to prevent their capture by hostile forces, eliminating technological capabilities that could not be replaced through conventional research and development. The security measures designed to protect advanced technology ultimately resulted in its permanent loss. The Navigator House's increased political influence reflected the Imperium's growing dependence upon their hereditary abilities for interstellar travel and communication. The mutation that enabled their psychic navigation became more valuable as alternative transportation methods were abandoned or forgotten. The Adeptus Mechanicus evolved from scientific institution into technological priesthood, as the pursuit of knowledge was increasingly constrained by religious doctrine and security concerns. The transformation of rational inquiry into ritual observance eliminated the intellectual flexibility that had driven technological advancement during the Great Crusade. The Inquisition's expansion from specialized anti-heresy organization into comprehensive security apparatus reflected the growing paranoia that characterized post-war imperial culture. The institution's broad mandate and secretive methods created opportunities for abuse, while simultaneously providing genuine protection against supernatural threats. The establishment of permanent military institutions, like the Imperial Guard and planetary defense forces, represented adaptation to the reality that the Imperium would never again enjoy the security and expansion opportunities that had characterized the Great Crusade era. The defensive mentality that emerged from this period would persist for millennia. The loss of Space Marine gene seed through war casualties and corruption created recruitment bottlenecks that forced fundamental changes in how the Astartes operated and organized themselves. The transformation from expansionist force to defensive garrison reflected both practical limitations and strategic reorientation. The development of successor chapters with distinct cultures and specializations represented both strength and weakness, as diversity of approaches provided tactical flexibility while simultaneously creating coordination problems and resource competition that had not existed during the Unified Legion era. The Primarch's gradual disappearance through death, exile, or mysterious departure left the Imperium increasingly dependent upon mortal leadership that lacked both the capabilities and the authority to maintain the vision and direction that had driven human expansion across the galaxy. The economic disruption caused by the war's destruction of trade routes and industrial centers created regional variations in technology and culture that gradually evolved into the distinct planetary and sectoral identities that would characterize the later Imperium. The loss of uniform standards and procedures reflected both practical necessity and institutional failure. The development of local traditions and practices that deviated from official imperial doctrine was initially tolerated as necessary adaptation to regional conditions, but these variations gradually evolved into the diverse and often contradictory cultures that would create governance challenges throughout imperial history. The establishment of the ecclesiarchy as a political institution represented the complete transformation of imperial governance from rational administration to religious authority that would characterize the Imperium for the next 10 millennia. The shift from secular to sacred legitimacy reflected both practical necessity and ideological evolution. The gradual transformation of the emperor from political leader to divine figure was driven by both genuine religious devotion and deliberate propaganda efforts to maintain unity among populations that no longer shared common experiences or cultural foundations. The development of the imperial calendar and official histories represented attempts to create unified narratives and shared identity among populations that had been traumatized by experiences that challenged their fundamental understanding of reality and their place within it. The suppression of accurate historical records about the heresy's supernatural elements created information gaps that would complicate future responses to similar threats, while simultaneously protecting populations from knowledge that might prove psychologically destabilizing or ideologically corrupting. The emergence of Black Crusades as recurring threats demonstrated that the traitor forces had not been eliminated, but had instead evolved into an even more dangerous enemy that combined traditional military capabilities with supernatural powers that exceeded anything they had possessed during the original rebellion. The pattern of cyclical conflict that emerged from the Eye of Terror established the rhythm of defensive warfare that would characterize imperial strategy for millennia, as each emergence required massive resource mobilization, while providing no permanent resolution to the underlying threat. The transformation of the Imperium from expanding civilization to besieged fortress was complete by the end of the Scouring period, establishing the fundamental character and strategic orientation that would persist throughout the following 10,000 years of decline and struggle. The echoes of the Horus Heresy continue to reverberate through the 41st millennium in ways that would have seemed impossible to those who witnessed its conclusion 10,000 years ago. What began as a civil war between brothers has evolved into the fundamental conflict that defines human existence in the grim darkness of the far future, where the very ideals that once inspired the Great Crusade have been transformed into instruments of oppression and stagnation. The Emperor's continued existence upon the Golden Throne represents perhaps the greatest mystery of the modern era. As scholars and theologians debate whether the Master of mankind retains consciousness and agency, or has become a mere psychic beacon sustained by ritual and technology beyond current understanding. The daily sacrifice of 1,000 psykers to maintain his life speaks to both the desperation of his servants and the magnitude of the forces required to sustain whatever remains of his divine essence. Recent events have suggested that the Emperor's influence extends far beyond simple navigation, guidance, and warp storm suppression, as reports from across the galaxy describe miraculous interventions and supernatural manifestations that seem to reflect conscious direction rather than automatic response to crisis. The living saints who appear in humanity's darkest hours claim direct communication with the Emperor, though their accounts are filtered through layers of religious interpretation that make objective analysis impossible. The return of Robot Guilliman to active leadership has provided the first direct testimony about the Emperor's condition from someone with both the authority and capability to assess the situation accurately. The Ultramarine's Primarch's accounts of his audience with his father suggest a being of immense power and terrible burden, conscious but constrained by responsibilities that transcend normal understanding of life and death. Guilliman's own transformation during his millennia of stasis reflects the broader changes that have affected imperial civilization since the heresy's conclusion. The pragmatic administrator who helped establish the post-war order has awakened to find an Imperium that bears little resemblance to anything he would recognize as the civilization he helped preserve, its bureaucracy ossified and its population enslaved by superstition. The Indomitus Crusade represents the first major expansion effort since the Great Crusade itself, but its methods and objectives reflect the fundamental changes that have transformed imperial culture over the intervening millennia. Where the original crusade sought to reunite humanity and spread enlightenment, the modern effort focuses on reinforcement and consolidation of existing territories against threats that seem to multiply faster than they can be eliminated. The Primaris Space Marines, created through recovered technology and improved gene seed manipulation, demonstrate that innovation remains possible within imperial institutions, but the controversy surrounding their deployment reveals the deep suspicion of change that has become fundamental to imperial culture. Even improvements to existing designs are viewed with caution by populations that have learned to fear modification as potential corruption. The emergence of the Great Rift that divides the galaxy has created conditions remarkably similar to those that preceded the original heresy, with communication disrupted and imperial authority fragmented across regions that must operate with unprecedented autonomy. The parallel between current circumstances and those that enabled the original rebellion has not been lost on observers who remember the lessons of history. The Black Crusades, that periodically emerge from the Eye of Terror, represent the most direct continuation of the original conflict, as Abaddon the Despoiler seeks to complete the work that Horus began 10 millennia ago. Each emergence demonstrates that the traitor forces have not merely survived their exile, but have evolved capabilities that exceed anything they possessed during the original rebellion. The 13th Black Crusade's breakthrough to real space and the subsequent creation of the Cicatrix Maledictum mark a fundamental shift in the strategic balance that has persisted since the heresy's conclusion. For the first time since the Siege of Terra, Chaos forces have achieved objectives that provide permanent advantage rather than temporary disruption of imperial operations. The Daemon Primarchs who rule from their warp domains represent the ultimate consequence of the corruption that began during the heresy, as beings who were once humanity's greatest champions have become literal embodiments of the forces arrayed against human civilization. Their occasional manifestations in real space demonstrate capabilities that exceed anything possessed by mortal opponents. Magnus the Red's activities within the Great Rift suggest that some traitor primarchs retain aspects of their original personalities and objectives despite their transformation, as his efforts to establish the planet of the sorcerers reflect goals that extend beyond simple destruction to encompass the creation of alternative civilization based on principles rejected by imperial doctrine. The possibility of loyalist Primarch returns has become a source of both hope and concern within imperial hierarchy, as the potential benefits of superhuman leadership must be balanced against the risk of disruption to established power structures that have evolved to function without such guidance. The implications of multiple Primarchs operating simultaneously within current imperial framework remain unclear. The Space Marine chapters that trace their lineage to the original legions continue to exhibit cultural characteristics that reflect their pre-heresy heritage, demonstrating the persistence of institutional memory across millennia of organizational change. The gene seed flaws that affect some bloodlines serve as permanent reminders of the corruption that touched their parent legions during the rebellion. The Blood Angels' struggle with the Black Rage and Red Thirst reflects the psychic trauma experienced by their gene line when Sanguinius died defending the ultimate gate, creating hereditary madness that has persisted for 10,000 years. Their condition serves as a living monument to the psychological costs of the heresy that extends far beyond those who directly participated in the conflict. The Imperial Fist's pain-gloved traditions and the Iron Hand's hatred of weakness represent cultural adaptations to the loss of their primarchs during the rebellion, as their successor chapters have evolved practices designed to honor the memory and ideals of Jane Fathers who died defending the Emperor's vision. The Dark Angel's obsessive pursuit of the fallen demonstrates how the shame of betrayal continues to motivate behavior millennia after the original events, as the entire gene line remains devoted to eliminating any trace of the corruption that affected their legion during the heresy. Their secretive methods and divided loyalties create ongoing security concerns within imperial institutions. The Adeptus Mechanicus maintains detailed records of technologies that were lost during the heresy, but their recovery efforts are hampered by religious doctrine that treats innovation as potential heresy, requiring extensive theological review before implementation. The tension between technological necessity and spiritual purity reflects the broader transformation of imperial culture from rational to religious foundation. The standard template construct systems that drove imperial expansion remain lost or hidden, their destruction during the heresy representing permanent reduction in humanity's technological capabilities that cannot be replaced through conventional research and development. The few intact systems that have been discovered are treated as holy relics, whose operation requires religious ceremony rather than scientific understanding. The navigators, whose abilities guide imperial vessels through the warp, bear genetic modifications that have become increasingly unstable over the millennia since the heresy, as their bloodlines show signs of mutation and degradation that threaten their continued effectiveness. The potential loss of warp navigation capability would effectively end imperial civilization as a unified entity. The chaos cults that operate within imperial territory represent the persistence of the ideological corruption that enabled the original rebellion, as populations that have never directly encountered traitor forces nonetheless develop beliefs and practices that serve the same entities that corrupted the traitor primarchs. The psychological vulnerabilities that made the heresy possible continue to exist within human nature. The Inquisition's efforts to suppress heretical thought and activity have evolved into systematic persecution that often targets innocent populations whose only crime is curiosity about forbidden knowledge or dissatisfaction with imperial governance. The measures designed to prevent another heresy have become indistinguishable from the tyranny that the original rebellion claimed to oppose. The religious fanaticism that characterizes modern imperial culture represents the complete victory of the emotional and spiritual elements that the emperor sought to suppress through imperial truth. The transformation of rational materialism into militant faith demonstrates how completely the heresy succeeded in corrupting the civilization it sought to destroy. The prophecies and predictions that speak of the emperor's eventual resurrection and return to active leadership reflect both genuine religious belief and desperate hope for salvation from the grinding decline that has characterized imperial civilization since the heresy's conclusion. Whether such prophecies represent divine revelation or psychological projection remains a matter of theological debate. The end times that various cults and sects predict may represent either the ultimate vindication of the Emperor's vision through the final defeat of chaos, or the complete destruction of human civilization through forces that were set in motion during the original rebellion. The uncertainty reflects the fundamental ambiguity that has characterized humanity's relationship with the supernatural since the heresy revealed the existence of conscious forces opposed to human expansion. The legacy of the Horus Heresy extends beyond historical event to encompass the fundamental character of human civilization in the 41st millennium, where every institution, tradition, and belief system bears the mark of trauma inflicted during those 7 years of civil war. The golden age of rational expansion that the Great Crusade represented has been permanently lost, replaced by an age of faith, fear, and endless war that may persist until humanity itself finally succumbs to the forces arrayed against it. Yet within this darkness, the examples set by those who remained loyal during the heresy continue to inspire resistance against corruption and despair. The sacrifice of Sanguinius, the determination of Loken, the courage of ordinary humans who stood against impossible odds demonstrate that the capacity for heroism and nobility persists within human nature despite 10 millennia of decline and suffering. The Emperor's dream of a rational, unified human civilization may have died with Horus on the bridge of the Vengeful Spirit, but the ideals that motivated that dream survive in the actions of those who continue to fight for humanity's future against odds that would have seemed impossible even to the heroes of the heresy era. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is indeed only war, but it is war fought in defense of values and aspirations that the heresy tested but could not destroy. The greatest tragedy in human history has become the foundation for the greatest acts of heroism the galaxy has ever witnessed, as ordinary humans rise to face threats that would have challenged even the Primarchs themselves. The story of the Horus Heresy is far from over, as its consequences continue to shape events across the galaxy, and its lessons remain relevant to every choice between loyalty and betrayal, between hope and despair, between the light of human achievement and the darkness that seeks to extinguish it forever.